Hey guys, can you see me? Can you hear me? Have I been live? I'm using OBS. I don't even know if I've been live. I thought I was live. Oh, okay, I guess I'm just now live. I hate OBS. Okay. I thought I was live. I hate OBS because it tells me I'm streaming, but I wasn't. It says that I'm streaming. And then after half an hour, I'm like, I know they're here. I see them in chat, but they're not responding to anything I'm saying. And then I see there's a button that says go live, and I'm like, wait a minute. What? I'm not live? Why does it say I'm streaming if I'm not live? I'm glad I only wasted a half an hour talking to myself. Okay, what's today? Tuesday? Tomorrow I'll have StreamYard again. Okay, all right, we're going to start over. Oh, well, you learn from your mistakes, right? Okay. So, this is Sandy Rolling's mom. It's a Tate. I don't think I don't know if it's considered a deposition or if it's just like Tate testimony or what, but there is um, two attorneys there. So you got the state. I thought I was live the whole time, yes, since 10 o'clock. So, it's her at her home, and it's the state attorney and the defense attorney. So it's like she was in court. And there's talking in the background. I don't know if it's coming from the courtroom or it's coming from people in her house. And there's a little kid. Every once in a while, you hear a little kid too. So just try not to get distracted by that because it was driving me nuts. But after about a half an hour, I had it tuned out. Oh, has it? Well, that's good. I'm in good company then. If it's happened to the best of the best. Okay. Like I said, you learn from your mistakes, so.
They're rolling. This presentation will consist of a tape-recorded statement made by Ms. Rowling in Shreveport, Louisiana on May 8, 1992. The voices that will be heard on the tape on direct examination will be mine. On cross-examination, it will be Mr. Nylon, so that everyone can follow. And at that, Ms. Blunt is going to be responsible for
You're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Would you please state your name?
Claudia Rowling,
And Miss Rowling, where do you live?
6314 West Canal,
In what city?
Shreveport,
State?
Louisiana.
Okay. And do you have a trade or occupation, ma'am?
Well, I did. Did work for Shreveport Housing Authority.
And how long did you work for them?
Almost 4 years.
Okay. And are you currently employed with them?
No, I can't work any longer.
Okay. Is there a reason why you cannot work any longer?
My illness.
Okay. And what is your present physical condition?
I object.
Okay, you may answer.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
It's not good.
Okay. Do you have any sort of illness or disease?
I have cancer of the liver.
For the purposes of the record, I would object to this line of questioning as being irrelevant. And I would like to maintain that objection for this type of questioning rather than say it each time and interrupt your flow.
What type of treatment are you receiving?
Right now, radium.
And can I ask your educational background, please?
High school, some nursing school.
Okay. And how long have you lived in Shreveport, Louisiana?
All my life.
Are you currently married?
Yes.
And to whom are you married?
James Harold Rowling.
And how long have you been married?
37 years.
Do you have any children?
Yes.
And can you give me their names and ages, please?
Danny Harold Rowling. He's born May the 26th, 1954.
Yeah, this is their version of Zoom back then.
And Kevin James Rowling. He's born, I can't think, August 15th, 1955.
Okay. By stipulation, it is agreed that the Danny Harold Rowling named as the accused in case number 91.
At least it's better than the film from the jail. That you could barely make out who they were or hear what they were saying.
-3832 CF-A in Alachua County, Florida, is the same Danny Harold Rowling named by Miss Claudia Rowling as her son.
The state agrees to that.
Where were you and James Rowling married?
We were married in Columbus, Georgia.
Okay, and how old were you when you were married?
I was 19.
Okay, and do you remember what year you were married?
1953.
Okay. How long after your marriage did you become pregnant with your oldest son, Danny Harold?
Probably a couple of weeks.
Okay. How did your husband feel about the fact of you being pregnant?
He wasn't too happy about it.
Did he ever express his dissatisfaction with it?
Yes. I had a friend that had just had a baby, and he told me that I did this just because she had one. And he also, my mother and dad came to visit us, and
She didn't do it by herself. He helped.
he also told my mother, he said, "This is not my fault, don't blame me."
Okay. Where were you living when you got married and you were pregnant?
Where were we living?
Yes.
In Columbus, Georgia.
Okay.
I don't remember the address. It was a little garage apartment.
Okay. At the time that you were living in Columbus, Georgia, did you have any other members of your family also residing in Columbus, Georgia?
Yes.
And who would that have been?
A sister.
And her name?
Nancy Johnson. And her husband is Eric Johnson.
While you were pregnant with Danny, did your husband ever strike you while you were carrying him?
Not exactly strike. This is very hard for me to remember. He choked me one time.
How badly did he choke you?
Well, I survived. It left just some red marks, but they disappeared within the day.
Did you pass out?
Almost.
Did he ever physically strike you?
Yes, but he did not have the habit of like a fist or anything like that. He would he'd hold me down. It was almost as if he was afraid I would just disappear or something.
Did he leave any impressions on you when he was holding you down?
Yes.
Where would those impressions be?
Oh, on my arms or wherever he would have a hold.
Okay.
And the marks were very easy to come by because I bruise easy.
How was your husband's behavior while you were pregnant with Danny? How would you characterize his behavior?
I sometimes felt like he was ashamed of me because we never went anywhere. One time, we did go downtown to a movie, but I felt like he was a little bit ashamed of me. That might have been just me, but that's the way I felt.
During the time that you were pregnant with Danny, did you ever leave your husband?
Yes.
Okay. And what were the reasons or grounds for why you left your husband?
He was very demanding. He had started sleeping with a knife under his pillow.
Was that the same bed that you were sleeping on also?
Yes.
Was there a reason why he had the knife under his pillow?
I never asked. But he played, what is that, pool a lot, and I was by myself a lot. And my mother and dad came down to visit, like I had told you. When they left, it just got to the point where I couldn't stay there anymore, so I came to Shreveport. Danny was born here in Shreveport.
Okay. When you left Shreveport, or when you left Columbus, Georgia, you were still carrying Danny?
Yes.
Prior to Danny's birth, did you see your husband after you had left?
Yes, he came back he came to Shreveport.
Okay. Where were you staying when you came back to Shreveport?
I was with my mother and dad. And he stayed there too because we more or less mended our differences.
And where was Danny born?
He was born in Shreveport, Willis Knighton Hospital.
Were there any complications with his birth?
Yes, he was forceps, and it broke some veins in the top of his head, and it made each side of his head poke out, and it terrified me. But his pediatrician told me that it was little broken veins and it would go away, and it did.
How long did he carry the marks?
About a year. They was there a long time. I spent most of my time in Dr. Strain's office because they would not go away like I thought they should.
Okay. And after Danny's birth, where did you live?
We stayed in Shreveport.
And who did you live with?
We moved to an apartment, a garage apartment. And we didn't live with anybody. We just...
Okay, after Danny's birth, when he is a toddler or a small infant, did his father ever handle him in an abusive manner or an inappropriate manner?
James always acted like, even though he was a baby, that he should have all the answers and know exactly how to act. And he would be very verbally abusive to him. I don't recall that he ever really hit him until Danny was a crawler, and he never really crawled. He sat on his little backside and put one leg underneath and pushed with the other leg. And James didn't like that. To him, I think it looked crippling or something. And with my husband, everything has to be perfect. So he took his foot. Danny was in the hallway. We had moved to another apartment, and it had a long hallway. And he took his foot and just kind of shoved him down the hall.
How far?
Well, he was on his little hiney. He just kind of bounced down, and it scared him, and I just went and got him.
Okay. How soon after you had Danny did you become pregnant with your second child?
There's about 13 months difference in their age. From May the 26th to August 15th. So that would be what, about 3 months, something like that, 2 or 3 months.
Okay. How did your husband feel about your second pregnancy?
He never reacted one way or the other. It was almost as if he was resigned to it. Kevin was sort of an afterthought.
While Danny is still a young child, do you ever leave the Shreveport area?
Yes.
And where do you go?
We went to Columbus, Georgia, but this was also after Kevin was born.
Okay. And why was it that you moved away from Shreveport to go to Columbus?
Because James and I separated. I don't know if you want this long story or not, but we had gone fishing, and I had deep burns on my legs. And I was sitting in the living room and he asked me for a cup of coffee. And he had been really demanding all that morning. I had
How do you get burns on your legs from fishing? Sunburn? Is that what you mean? Like, I'm confused.
turned the TV on so I wouldn't have to just sit, and he kept turning on. Anyway, to make a long story short, in my mind, I said, I'll just throw this coffee on you. That'll stop you. But I had better sense than to do that. I changed my mind before he even got to the table. I set the coffee on the table. He shoved it aside, and he hit me and busted my lip.
How old were the boys at this time?
They was preschool, about 3 and 4.
Okay.
And as soon as he left, I went to my mother's.
Okay. And
with
then,
the boys.
Okay. And then how did you get from Shreveport then to Columbus?
Oh, we stayed separated for about 5 or 6 months.
That's not what he asked.
He kept begging. And he kept saying, I'll change. This won't happen again. We'll buy us a home and we'll do all this good stuff. But let's go to Columbus. And I thought, well, maybe in Columbus it will be better. So that's why we moved there.
Okay. At any time, did you ever consider about getting a divorce?
Yes, I filed for separation.
Okay. Did you ever?
That was during this time.
Okay. Did you ever follow through?
I never followed through.
Was there any reason why you would?
I always thought that marriage was forever. And I've always been the kind of person that thinks, I still do, that if there's a problem, there's got to be a solution somewhere. But I just never found it with him.
How long did you stay in Columbus?
4 years.
Okay. And
I'm that same kind of person, but with people like that, there isn't a way to fix them. They'll say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I love you, I won't do it again," and they'll give them presents and be sweet for a while, and then it'll just happen again, and then it'll be worse than the first time. There's no way to fix them. Now, there are people nowadays that, they go into marriage thinking, "Oh, if it doesn't work out, we'll just get a divorce." That is wrong. You should, you loved them once, right? So you got to dig down deep sometimes and find, try to remember the reason you got married, the reason why you loved that person to begin with. But if they're doing stuff like that, there's no fixing them. It's not a problem with you. It's not a problem that you, excuse me, it's not a problem that you can fix. So yeah, get a divorce. Find somebody that's going to love you for you and treat you like a princess. I am so glad that I did not marry right out of the gate, like the first guy that wanted to marry me, because I get treated like a queen now. My husband is amazing. But if I had, just gotten married right away, first guy that asked me, I would have been long divorced by now. And probably had a house full of kids too that I'd be raising all by myself. So divorce is an option if they're going to treat you like crap. No one deserves to be treated like crap. I feel sorry for this woman. And now she's sick. And this guy that treated her like crap their whole married life is her caregiver. And like when I was sick, when I had cancer, my husband was my caregiver, but I knew that he loved me and he cherished me and that he was going to take good care of me because he wanted me to make it through this. But if you have an abusive husband that becomes your caregiver, you don't know what the heck he's going to do, Like, I just feel really sorry for this woman who has probably been long dead at this point because this was over 30 years ago, but I still feel sorry for her.
while you were in Columbus, Georgia. Did you ever return to Shreveport?
Yes.
And why did you return to Shreveport?
I was working for a division of Macy's, and we were getting ready for I may get off track here. We were getting ready for a store-wide warehouse sale, and I had been working long, long hours. And the store manager finally gave me a half a day off. I went back to sign my leave slip, and as I went down the corridor in the furniture department, the old man that worked in the warehouse just grabbed hold of my hand. He was really old. He was like everybody's daddy. But at that same time, James got off the elevator because I had called him and told him if I lucked out, I got a half a day off, so he was coming to get me. And he saw Mr. Allen take my hand, and he drugged me to the elevator just about, threw me in the car, took me home. And there was a gun in the house.
Did he physically strike you at this time?
It was shoving, and that he wasn't going to have a red light hanging in his front door, accusing me of having anything to do with that old man was ridiculous. No, he just shoved and pushed. He didn't hit that I can recall, but I went on in the house and he stayed outside the best I can remember. And the thought came to me, I don't want to do this anymore. I just don't want to do this anymore. And I got the gun, and I thought I was firing at me. But when he heard the gunshot, I passed out. I don't think my sisters ever knew about this. And when I came to, of course, the bullet didn't hit me, it hit the floor. Something, I guess, pointed my hand another way.
How old were the boys at this point?
4 and 5. And they were outside. They did not see that.
Did you leave Columbus right after this?
Yes.
And where did you
shortly
go?
After.
And where did you go after that?
Where did I go?
Yes.
I came to Shreveport.
And where did you stay in Shreveport?
I stayed with my mother and daddy like a good little girl.
Okay. Did anyone assist you in leaving?
Yes.
In leaving Columbus, Georgia to go to Shreveport?
My sister.
Okay. And who would that have been again?
Nancy Johnson.
And how long did you stay in Shreveport that time?
I can't remember.
Let me ask you, where did the boys stay? Did they go with you to Shreveport?
They stayed with me, always.
When you say always, when you would leave your husband, where would the boys go?
They're with me. Wherever I went, they were with me.
Did you stay in Shreveport, or at any time did you go back to Columbus, Georgia?
Oh, John, I'm so confused. I can't remember now.
Okay.
I think we went back.
Okay.
Because when we left permanently, I had been fired from my job, and James had been fired from his job about a week later. And they rehired me.
Okay.
But only for a couple weeks.
Okay. That would imply that at some point you did go back.
Yeah. But it had to have been for a short period of time.
Okay. But then it appears that you then, along with your family, leave Columbus.
And came to Shreveport.
Okay.
And James was with us.
Okay.
It was all of us.
How old would both your boys, Danny and Kevin, be at the time you then leave?
Well, 5 and 6. I think 5 and 6.
Okay. So the boys are about 5 and 6 at this time?
Yeah.
Okay.
I may get confused on some of these dates because figures, I have a problem remembering figures.
Okay.
But I'll be close.
What would it be like when your husband would come home for supper? What were the dining arrangements like at your home?
Well, I always fed the boys first.
Was there a reason for that?
Yes, because he made them so nervous that they would invariably drop something, knock something over, or something to give him an excuse to let down on them.
How would he make them nervous?
One thing, we were all at the table, and he told the boys, he said, "Don't breathe out." And I knew what he meant, and I just assumed that the boys did. So I was eating, and I happened to look up, and their little faces were turning blue. They were holding their breath. And I told them, I said, "Breathe. You can breathe at the table." Danny didn't hold his utensils to suit his dad. He held his spoon and fork and everything like this. And James would take it out of his hand and say, "You hold it like a pencil." And he had Danny so nervous until he could hardly hold a fork to eat. And he'd question about what went on during the day. And if they said anything at all that would give him an opening, then he would begin to tell them that, that's bad, you've done a bad thing. And just generally verbal abuse.
Okay. How long did these dinner arrangements where they would eat first before your husband?
When I started feeding them first, until they left home.
Okay. How was discipline administered in the house?
You mean by whom or?
Both.
Well, I disciplined the boys because it was just me and them. And he would discipline when he came home.
What form of discipline did he use?
Sometimes he whipped them with a belt. I don't ever remember a switch or anything like that. He had a way of, he'd make a fist, and in the top of their head, he'd do this real hard. And you could just see them, try to hold themselves in.
Did he ever strike the boys excessively?
Yes.
Can you give an account of that?
Kevin. I don't remember what it was about, but they were in the hallway, and Kevin was about 14 years old, and he whipped him with a belt until Kevin wet his pants. And that's got to be pretty hard for a 14-year-old boy to wet his pants with just a whipping. I may have to stop for a minute.
Okay. Just if you need to.
Is it okay if I stop for a minute?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Okay, Mrs. Rowan, we were talking about how discipline was administered in the home.
Yes.
How frequently would the boys, particularly Danny, receive a whipping?
Well, if it was a verbal whipping, it was every day.
How about physical?
Often, probably about twice a week, something like that.
Would this be Danny?
Danny and Kevin. Kevin never got a whole lot, though.
Who got whipped more, Danny?
The worst that he ever got was the one in the hallway. Danny always carried the brunt of the whippings. There was a lot of shoving, and he'd get him by the throat and hold him against the wall.
By he, who do you mean? This would be?
James to Danny.
Around the throat?
Yeah, he'd just hold him against the wall that way. He did that a lot with all of us. Just, you're held and you can't move.
Did James ever strike you?
Yes.
Did he ever strike you in front of the boys?
I'm sure they saw it.
Okay.
Our house is very small. We still live in the same house. And 4 people couldn't live in a house and never see anything. So I'm sure, I know that they saw him push me down a lot.
How did the boys react to this type of...
As they got older, they did try to help me. But you've got to understand, they were very terrified of their dad. They were terrified of him, but they used to beg me to leave and stay. Don't leave and come back.
How did you manage to cope with all of this?
To be perfectly honest with you, I don't know. I think I did a lot of hiding. It was sort of like I would say, don't look and it's not real, or go away and it'll stop, it'll disappear. Just like an ostrich that puts its head in the sand.
Did the boys ever have any birthday parties, either Kevin or Dane? Where did most of your family reside?
Here.
Here meaning?
In Shreveport. I have a brother that lives in Texas.
Okay. Did your family members visit you often at your home?
Well, as often as they could. There was always some member of my family that was not allowed in the house.
Why were they not allowed in the house?
I have no idea.
Who would not allow them in the house?
Oh, James. I thought you said why.
How about friends? Did you have close friends?
Not like couples. No, I had friends. And he had friends on the police department, I'm pretty sure. But we did not have a couple like you go eat and do things with. We didn't have that.
You just mentioned police force. Where was your husband employed?
Shreveport Police Department.
What was Christmas like in your home?
It was almost just like another day. He always managed somehow to start an argument or to find something wrong and just blow the whole day away.
Did Danny ever comment to you about Christmas?
He asked me why did he always spoil holidays and special occasions.
Was there any time during Christmas when you had another separation?
Yeah.
What happened?
It's sort of funny. I don't remember what happened. We just had one of those big knockdown drag-outs, and I packed a fully decorated Christmas tree in the trunk of the car. It was a small one. And I packed my boys in there, and I went to my mother's.
Okay, so the boys went with you again?
Yeah.
Where did Danny go to grade school?
Terrace.
Where would that be? Is that
in Shreveport. I'm sorry.
Okay. And while...
I went to first grade in Columbus. And Kevin... Oh, wait a minute, I got that wrong. He went to first and second grade in Columbus, and Kevin started preschool. They called it kindergarten.
Okay.
That was in Columbus.
Where did he go to grade school in Louisiana again?
At Terrace's junior high. And the school is right up the street from us, and so help me, I can't remember the name.
It's okay. If you can't remember, it's fine.
I can't remember the name.
Do you know if Danny ever had to repeat a grade?
Yes.
What grade did he have to repeat?
The third grade.
Third grade. What was the reason for repeating the third grade?
Danny was sick almost that whole year. I wish I had those pictures to show you. He was like a skeleton. He had gotten so thin, and it was his tonsils. And Dr. Strain said, we can't take him out until we build him up. And he was out, a lot that year. And he had a very special teacher, Ms. Wishand. She would come by the house in the mornings and leave his work and then pick him up so that he wouldn't miss out on so much, but he missed out on too much. And she called me in for a consultation. And she said we could pass Danny on the grades he has, but it would not be good for him because he really hadn't accomplished that much that year. So she suggested holding him back, and we did.
Okay. Did she ever suggest any counseling for Danny?
Mm-hmm.
What was the basis for her suggesting counseling for him?
Because of Danny's personality and the talents that he had and his difficulties in just regular school things like math, reading, that kind of thing. She suggested that we get counseling for him and also channel his talents where they needed to be so that when he was grown, he could have some sort of livelihood.
Okay. Was there anything ever mentioned about any type of nervous condition?
From Miss Wishan?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. She did mention that he was extremely nervous, but I already knew that.
Okay. How did your husband react to Danny staying back in the 3rd grade?
He, just as he suspected, this no-account kid of his failed again.
Did he ever express that to Danny?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact words, but what it came out was that you failed and you got to go do the 3rd grade again. You'll be in the same grade with your baby brother. You're a failure. You didn't study, you didn't do your work, that kind of thing.
While Danny was in his preteen years, did his father ever give him any praise or encouragement? Or?
The kind of praise that James gave was the boys would do something, and this was from the time they were able to talk. They'd do some little special project and bring it to him, wanting to get this praise from this man that they still just love to death. And he'd look at it, whatever it was, and he'd say, well, that's okay, but. And then he'd list all the negatives. You should have done this. You didn't do this right. You left that out, and it should have been put in. It's messy. So the only praise they got was, it's all right, but.
Okay.
Yep, I know that well.
Now, you have Danny as your oldest son and Kevin as the younger son.
Uh-huh.
Did they react differently to their father?
Yes.
In what ways?
Danny, it almost seemed as if Danny did everything to draw attention to himself. And I was trying to go over in my mind last night and remember what they were really like as little boys, because I worked a lot. And that means you miss a lot. But he would do things to draw attention to himself in front of his dad. It was almost as if, you won't hug me, so hit me. Something there. Recognize me in some way. And Kevin didn't. Kevin learned early to stay out of his way. So he would go somewhere where his daddy wasn't.
Did either of the boys ever exhibit any physical signs of nervousness around their father?
Yeah. Kevin still carries that over. He picked this up. He'd rub his hands together. Frequent, real often.
When would he do it most often?
And he still does it when he gets upset. He did it when his daddy walked in the door. And he stopped when he went to bed. Kevin always hid his emotions, especially from his dad.
Did the children ever have bouts with nightmares or episodes of nightmares when they were small?
Yeah.
How about Danny?
Mm-hmm.
What type can you recall when the nightmares would occur or start?
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Cunol turmeric because it helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Why Cunol? It has superior absorption compared to regular turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Excuse me. Say that again, I'm sorry.
Approximately when would the nightmares have started with Danny?
What age?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know, probably 3, 4, something like that.
Okay. How long did these nightmares?
I think he still has them. He would dream monsters, and that was when he was a little kid. And then he would dream about terrible things happening.
How frequently?
The world blowing up. Or
How frequently would these occur?
pretty often, about probably once or twice a week, something like that.
Did you ever consider taking him to see a psychologist or a psychiatrist about this?
Yes. Everything I ever did in our marriage, I got permission. And when I would ask James, he'd say, no, there's nothing wrong with him, he's just mean.
was responsible for taking care of the lawns at your house when the boys were young?
Well, they were responsible along with their dad, and it was an all-day project. About the only thing they were allowed to stop for would be a drink of water.
Okay. What was their job?
All of it, but their biggest job was edging.
What did they use to edge?
A butcher knife.
Was there anything unusual that would have occurred, or that you can recall an incident?
Yes. They had worked all day in the yard. I had slipped them, well, I won't say slipped them, but I had taken maybe a cookie, and I would make Kool-Aid and stuff like that all day in the yard. And July and August is hard on a grown person, let alone 2 kids. Well, he finally decided to shut it off, and
Yeah, she slipped it to him. A butcher knife, not a hoe, not a shovel, not an edger. A butcher knife. Can you imagine how long it would take to do edging? Well, I don't know how much of a sidewalk they had, but still, out in the hot sun in Louisiana, edging with a butcher knife. That's grueling.
he's picking up his tools, and he started yelling. And I'd already had the boys in the house, and I was going to feed them. He came stomping in, wanting to know what they'd done with his pliers. And nothing, Dad, we hadn't had them. So he told me, what did I do with them? I said, I haven't been out there. I haven't bothered your pliers. So we got flashlights, and we went in the yard, and we covered every inch of the yard, looking for a pair of pliers. And I was behind James, and I saw something move in his back pocket. I said, James, stand still a minute. It was his pliers. They had hung up on a heavy cord inside the pocket. And they were just hanging there.
Okay. What happened after that?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't remember any.
Okay. Where did Danny go to high school?
Woodlawn.
Okay. When he was in high school, did he ever have any after-school jobs?
One time.
And where was that at?
It was at the Dairy Queen right up the street from us.
How long did he have the job for?
He only had the job about a week.
Is it better now? Because apparently if I lean forward, it's better. This happened the last time I used OBS. Because my mic, OBS doesn't pick up my mic well for some reason. But it picks up the mic from my earbuds. No? Let's see if you can hear me on USB. Can't wait till tomorrow when I get.
Is working at all. Oh, there it goes. Can you hear me on the mic? That was weird. My earbuds just disconnected and reconnected. Oh, you can hear me on the mic. Good. That's weird because the last time I tried to use the mic with OBS, nobody could hear me. Okay. Well, good. We'll do that then.
Okay, why did he only have the job for about a week?
Because his daddy made him quit.
Okay, can you just recount what happened with this situation?
Well, when he first asked could he take the job, I was real surprised that James told him yes. He said, but the only way you can keep it is if you do not bring a bad grade home in your report card. So Danny kind of dropped his head because I think he knew he'd made a bad one already. But he went on, took his bath and went to bed. And I told James, I said, James, it's only about just a few days to report card day. And if he's already made a bad grade, you shouldn't hold that against him. And he said, I said if he made a bad grade. So, sure enough, he brought home a bad grade and James made him quit the job.
How did he make him quit the job?
He told him, tell him you're done. You can't work anymore.
How did Danny react to that?
Very bad. He wanted the job so bad. And he just busted out of the house into the backyard. I think that's the way it happened. Usually when these things occurred, I just got so completely nervous. It's hard for me to remember exactly how it happened, but he busted out of the house and went in the backyard. And James went behind him. Because you don't turn from James like that. You stay and you listen to whatever he has to say until he releases you and says, okay, I'm done. And they had a fight in the backyard.
What do you mean by a fight?
Oh yeah, they had a fight. James hit, Danny never raised his hand to his daddy in his whole life that I can remember. He may have after he came home one time, I won't go into that. I heard him in the backyard. And you could hear the blows. And it was James hitting Danny. And he had him against a utility room, a house that we have in the backyard. It was an old one we had. And he drew back to hit Danny. And Danny moved, and James' hand went through the plate glass. And I don't know if Danny just ran in the house or if James made him come in, but he was covered in blood.
Who was?
Danny. He was just literally, his clothes, everything. It was in his hair, everywhere. And I said, Danny, my God. He said, it's okay, Mom. It's okay. I said, go in and clean up. And James came in after that, and he was bleeding from this hand. He had cut it pretty bad. And he said, I'm going to have stitches. Well, I kept waiting for Danny to come out of the bathroom because I heard the water running. And I waited a pretty good while. James had already left. I think he went to emergency to get stitches in his hand, the best I can remember. And I still hear the water running in the bathroom. So I knocked on the door, and I didn't get any answer. And I opened it. I guess that he had left it. I pushed on it, and it opened. That's what it was. And Danny wasn't there. The bathroom window was open. And with one of my lipsticks on the mirror, he had written, I tried. I just can't make it. And there was a drive-in movie, not too far from the house. It was within walking distance. And he had taken a razor blade with him. And he sat there all night and tried to take his life, and he just couldn't do it.
Did he tell you this?
Uh-huh.
Did he ever tell you at any other times about any attempts at trying to, or take his life, or think about taking his life when he was a child?
Yeah. He was always trying to get rid of that person that his daddy made him believe he was. He had no self-esteem, no self-worth. I could say, Danny, I love you, and he'd look at me and say, you love me, Mom? And I'd say, of course I love you. And it was like he would say, why? What is there here for anybody to love? And he still does that.
Was there hugging a lot in your family? You know how people hug them?
Yeah, only when James was gone. When the boys got up a good size, he told me that women don't hug their children when they get up that big, and you don't kiss them or, you know, anything like that, that it looks bad. And he never liked for me to hug my dad. So he made me feel very guilty about it. So I just waited till he left. And then we hugged up a storm.
You made mention of the fact of Danny bringing home a bad grade. What was it like at the house during report card day?
It was a day that we dreaded for a whole month.
What would happen?
Because they were going to get a whipping if there was anything on that report card below a C. They were going to get a whipping. And he would go over every grade. Every grade.
How did Danny do with his report card?
They would try to get them to me so that I could sign them and they could get them back to school. And you mean, how did he handle it, or what did he have in it? I'm not sure what you mean.
Okay. Did Danny have grades that were satisfactory to his father?
Not hardly ever. Hardly ever, because Danny, after the third grade, Danny just kind of went down. He was really good in school up till then. He made straight S's, is what they used to put on the report card. But after being held back in the third grade, he just sort of gave up.
So you're implying...
I got spanked for bad grades, and it was with a belt. And I know that a lot of people nowadays would consider that child abuse. I never did, and to this day, I still don't. I just don't. That was discipline. And I remember one time, actually, I think this may have been my last spanking. I thanked my dad afterwards. Because I remember it vividly. I hugged him and I thanked him and I said, "Thank you, Daddy. I know you wouldn't have spanked me if you didn't care." And I honestly believe that was my last spanking. And I didn't do it to be manipulative or anything to make him quit spanking me. That was just really the way I felt about it. But of course, I didn't get spanked for no reason like this guy did. I got spanked when I did something wrong. And my mom told me that, I don't know if she told me or if I heard her saying it in conversation to one of her friends or something, but he finally said that he was going to quit spanking me about my grades. That he said, if she can't do it, she can't do it. I'm not spanking her anymore. And the thing was, I had ADHD. And I've never been officially diagnosed, and I've never been treated for it. And I am 55 years old, and I've still never been treated for it. And I think that is a lot of the problems that I've had in life is from that. And I also think that's what made me a good nurse, because I was able to juggle having all these patients at one time and being able to deal with all the variety that was going on. But like I said, and my mom was verbally abusive, like I've said, and she would, backhand me in my mouth and split my lip if I sassed her, and I turned out okay. So I don't buy any of this as an excuse for growing up and having bad behavior. It's just not an excuse.
That he would get a beating during report card day?
Every report card day. Danny always had a D or an F on his report card after the third grade. And he just sort of took it like, I'm going to get it, so get it over with.
S is for satisfactory. And I think there are some grade schools that instead of using like A, B, C, D, they use S for satisfactory and like U for unsatisfactory, and they use a different grading system because they're younger. I don't remember if my elementary school did that or not.
When he was in high school, how did he go about picking his course schedule?
Well, they were never allowed to select their curriculum. They had to do it with him. And mostly, what was I saying?
We're talking about the curriculum.
Oh, mostly he would just pick everything out for them. They rarely had an opportunity to say, I want to take this or this. The one thing I can remember Danny wanting and was able to get on his own was he wanted to be in the band. So he was allowed to do that. Kevin did not want to be in the band. He wanted to play football, but James made him take band. But one year in particular, and I think it was their sophomore year, he so completely loaded them up with every difficult subject that they just couldn't have done it. I don't think a genius could have. Well, their counselor called James in and told him, because the counselor went over the curriculum with all the students. And he told him, he said, there is no way that these boys can accomplish anything with a curriculum like this. So he did work with James and got it down to a point where they could handle it.
Okay. At any time when Danny was a teenager, did his father ever actually put him out of the house?
Yes.
And what happened then?
We were going to church. You want me to tell you from start to finish, or what? You want me to tell you what started it?
Yes.
Okay, we were going to church, and Danny had on blue jeans, and I really didn't want him to wear blue jeans to church, so I was talking to him, and son, you've got dress pants. Go get your dress pants on. And he really didn't want to wear them, and I thought, well, I think the Lord can see him in blue jeans just like a pair of dress pants. So I said, okay, we'll go, just like you are. And when we got back, all of his clothes had been thrown out into the carport.
Who had put them there?
His dad. And he was pushed out too. My mother and dad didn't live too far from us, and I told him, I said, go there, and I'll come pick you up. And my sister was with me, Artie Mae, and her daughter-in-law lived in an apartment complex, and she was in pretty good with the manager there, so she helped me get an apartment, and I moved out.
Okay, is this another time that you separated from James?
Yeah.
And how long were you gone then?
About 2 months, I think. Kevin was going into the Navy, and I was depending a whole lot on the boys helping me survive in this apartment. I worked, and I made a pretty good salary, but I knew that I'd have to get things like insurance and that kind of thing. Well, I couldn't tell Kevin, no, you can't go in the Navy. I just couldn't do that. So, knowing that he was going to do that, and Danny knew that he was going to do that, we just couldn't handle it, so I moved back.
Okay. You've talked about being accosted by your husband and the boys also being struck. Did your husband ever push any weapons in front of you or exhibit any weapons in front of you or threaten you in any manner?
Yeah.
Object to the form and the word accosted.
Were you ever threatened at any time with a weapon by your husband?
I didn't really take it as a threat at the time. I do now. Because he did this and it was like in a joking manner. And he'd take the gun and just wave it and say, I'm gonna get you, that kind of thing. Or the knife. He had a knife that he could flip the blade out. Now, it wasn't one of those things where it's a little button, but he somehow could flip that knife out with just one hand. And he'd slide the knife down so that just the tip end of it would show. And he'd say, I can cut somebody open like that, or something to that degree. And he did that one night. I really never took him serious. Probably should have. He did that one time in front of a friend of mine. And I just ignored it like I usually do. And when he walked out of the kitchen, she was just practically in shock. She said, I can't believe that you just sit there and let him do that. But it was part of what he was. The way he is.
You said that your husband was a police officer. Did he have a pair of handcuffs?
Yeah.
Did he ever handcuff Danny at any time?
Yes.
What happened in the incident with handcuffing Danny?
There was an old man that lived down Mansfield Road, and I'm sure you're not familiar with that area, but he took up a lot of time with kids, and he took up especially a lot of time with Danny. And one afternoon, Danny had walked down Mansfield Road, and the old man gave Danny a beer. And Danny was 14, 15, something like that. And he drank it. Made him feel like a big grown man, I'm sure. Well, he came home, and the minute he walked through the door, you could smell the beer. And his daddy jumped him before he could get even through the living room. And he shoved and pushed and fought all the way to the bedroom and got Danny hemmed up between the bunk beds. They slept on bunk beds. And it was shoving and pushing and that kind of thing. And he finally got a really good grip on Danny. And he pulled him out, and he pulled him all the way to the kitchen, and he threw him down in a kitchen chair, pretty much like the one you're sitting in. And he handcuffed him to it. And he called the police.
What happened to Danny?
He put him in juvenile hall.
How long did he stay there?
About 3 weeks, I guess, 2 or 3 weeks, something like that.
Did you ever go see him?
James wouldn't let me.
Did anyone go see him?
Only James.
Did Danny ever tell you how he felt about that?
He felt betrayed. What he did certainly didn't require that kind of treatment. I told James, I said, you know, if I was you, I would have made him go to bed, and I would have told him, we'll talk about this tomorrow. I mean, I didn't feel like he did anything that deserved being handcuffed and put in juvenile hall. He had committed no crime. But Danny felt that I betrayed him too because I didn't go see him.
Did the boys drive when they were in high school? Did the boys drive while they were in high school?
Yeah, but they didn't drive. You mean, did they know how to drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Did they drive?
No, they had nothing to drive.
How did they learn how to drive?
Well, they took driver's ed, but before they ever went to school, their daddy used to take them to the fairgrounds and teach them to drive. Kevin was so small that he'd have to sit in his daddy's lap in order to reach the steering wheel and see up above. And they hated it. They hated it.
Did Danny ever express his concern about this driving lesson?
Just the fact that they hated it. It's best I can remember. Kevin would come home sometimes and he'd be crying. And they were too young to expect them to go through at that time, there was a driving course in the fairgrounds, and you couldn't expect a child that age to maneuver a car around a course like that. So everything was done in a harsh, you better do it perfect manner.
Did you ever have a nervous breakdown when the boys were in high school?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what happened on that?
My husband had gotten to the point where he didn't want anyone calling me. And every time the phone rang, if it was any member of my family, most especially, he would start raving and ranting. I have even had him take the phone out of my hand and hang up. I was working at Sears, and I had gotten ready for work, and the phone rang. And he started what he would usually do, screaming and yelling and everything like that. So I remember going to the bedroom door, and I remember saying, "Okay, you win," or something like that. And then it was like I jumped down a big tube. And I don't remember anything else except when I woke up in the hospital.
And how long did you stay in the hospital?
I think it was about 4 or 5 weeks, something like that. I didn't want to come home, but I had to because of the boys.
Okay. Did Danny ever graduate from high school?
He did, but not from the school itself. He graduated in service.
Okay. When did he leave school?
When he was 17. Almost, no, he was 16 going on 17.
Okay.
And if I remember right, it was in his senior, I think it was in his senior year.
And how old was he again? How old was he again when he went into
16 or 17.
Okay.
He was 17 when he went in service.
Okay. You remember what branch of the service he was in?
Yeah, he went in the Air Force.
Okay, and you say he was 17?
17.
Okay, so he would have gone in around 1971?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And how long did he stay in the service for?
It wasn't a year. He had made rank. And something happened and they took the rank away from him. But it was less than a year.
Okay. Did you ever talk to any of the military people about it?
Yes, his commanding officer called. And I talked to him, and he said that Danny was not mature, and that there was no way in this world that he could handle military life, any military life. He just didn't have the nervous system for it or the maturity.
Okay. And then he was discharged from the military?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what type of discharge it was?
It was a general with honorable conditions.
Okay. A general discharge under honorable conditions.
Exactly.
How old was he when he got out of the military?
Almost 19. See, when he went in at 17, he was working on being 18, so it had to be almost 19 because he got married. Well, that's the best I can do.
Okay. Since you brought up marriage, did Danny ever get married?
Yes.
Okay. And how old was he when he did get married?
Okay, he was 20. No, he was 19.
And to whom did he get married?
Almatha Halco.
Okay. And do you know how Danny met Almatha?
Yeah, he met her in church.
Okay. Was Danny an active member of a church at that time?
Yes, he was.
Which church would that have been?
United Pentecostal Church.
Okay. And how long had he belonged to the church?
Just a matter of weeks, really. There was a man that picked him up. He was walking along the street, and there was a man that picked him up and took him to church with him. And this man told me later that he just had a feeling that Danny needed somebody, and he happened to be there. So
And
They prayed all night long, and Danny became a member of the church.
And that's the same church that he met Matha. Did Danny participate in church activities?
Yes, he drove the church bus for a while, that goes and picks up those that are handicapped and what have you. I know he played the Easter Bunny one year, and he wanted to be in the choir.
Okay. Did he sing?
He sang beautifully, and he did sing in the choir for a short spell, but what he actually wanted to do was to write music for the church. And the choir director told him that his music had no value. And that really upset him.
Did any of the church people say he had any special gifts or talents?
Yeah, they all knew that he could write music and sing, and he's almost an artist. He can draw anything, and I'm sure that the members were aware of that. But I think what they really admired most in Danny was his kindness to the older people in the church and the little children. He loved to help them.
Do you know what the expression "to speak in tongues" means?
Yes, he did that.
What do you mean he did that?
I think it was the very night that he was saved. He spoke and sang in tongues.
Who told you that?
He did. And Brother Hudspeth, the minister to the church.
Okay. How long were Danny and Omatha married?
Oh, thank God, about 2 years.
Did they have any children?
I had Kylie, a little girl.
How did Danny feel about the child?
He worshiped.
I take it when you say that the marriage lasted 2 years that there was a separation or divorce.
It was about 2 years, yeah. They divorced.
Okay. How did Danny take the divorce?
He took it very hard. The sheriff came to our door, and he had separation papers. And somehow we all three wound up at the door to let this person in, and he tried to hand Danny the papers. And Danny got a glance at what they were, and he started screaming and running around and around the house. I don't know how many times he ran around the house. And he would say, "No, no, no, she's my wife. This can't happen. So we can fix it. No, no, no." We finally caught him and got him calmed down. And his daddy told him, he said, you have to take the papers. And you have to sign them. So he did.
During the time that they were married, was there any confrontation between Danny and his father that might have occurred in front of Omatha?
Yes.
What would that have been?
Their marriage got real shaky. And they were having trouble all the time. Danny worked for the water department. And Omatha called our house one day, and she said, "You've got to come over because Danny won't get up and go to work." When things got bad, Danny would go to marijuana. And he had been smoking marijuana. And we went to the house, and James didn't even stop. He went straight to the bedroom where Danny was. He jumped right astraddle him, and he grabbed his hair and held his head back and put a knife to his throat.
How was Danny dressed?
He was nude.
Did Danny ever say anything bad about Omatha, even after the divorce?
Never. Never. To this day, he'll tell you that she's nothing but a good woman and a good mother because he loves her still.
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol Turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Cunol has the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
At any time up to this point, did you ever think that Danny might benefit from seeing a psychiatrist or a psychologist?
I felt like that for a long time.
Did anyone ever in the family ever take him to a psychiatrist up to this point?
A friend took him to Shreveport Health Center, I think it's called. And he did have one session with one of the ladies there.
Did he ever go back?
No. No.
Was he depressed after the divorce?
Very.
How did he show it?
That's kind of hard to say. Because Danny had moods, but he would get very quiet. He could get angry. If things didn't seem to go exactly like he wanted it, he'd go off by himself. He slept a lot. He slept an awful lot. Right after that time when Ametha left, I had forgotten about that. But it was like, but that was an escape. He could be asleep and everything was okay.
After the marriage, did he ever leave Shreveport?
Yes.
Do you remember how he came to leave Shreveport?
Well, he had moved in with us, and like always with him and his dad, it struck a sour note from day one. And I think it just built up till he couldn't stand it anymore. So he left early one morning before I got up.
When is the next time you hear from him?
Next time I hear is he's in jail.
Where is he?
Columbus, Georgia.
And what is he charged with there?
Armed robbery.
Did you ever go out to see him when he was in Georgia?
Yes.
What did he look like when you saw him?
He looked like somebody that had shrunk back to a little boy. I had gotten a letter from Danny, and I didn't know if James was going to let me go see him or not. He made me wait like a week before he said, let's go. But in that time, I got a letter from Danny, and it said, Dear Mommy and Daddy. And there was 2 pages of I love you. That's all, just I love you.
Did you actually physically see him during this time?
Yeah. Yes.
How did he act or behave when you saw him?
Well, when we first went to the jail, the jailer made me talk to Danny through a little bitty hole. And you'd have to put your ear and listen, and then put your mouth and talk and let him listen. And it just, I couldn't stand that. So Danny's lawyer got a room, one of the interrogation rooms, I imagine. And he had him bring Danny in. And Danny was wearing just shorts. No shoes, nothing. And he come in the room like a little kid. He went straight past me, which kind of shocked me to begin with. He went straight to his dad. And he begged him. He said, say you love me. Tell me you love me. Please tell me you love me. And his lawyer, I looked over and his lawyer had tears coming down. And his daddy was just looking at him, and Daddy said, please tell me you love me. And he finally said, I love you. Sort of offhanded, like, I'll say it and that'll shut you up. And I went around to Danny and took him in my arms to kind of let him know that someone did love him.
Did he ever tell you why he became involved in this robbery?
He thought that somebody would blow him away. It was another way of getting rid of that no-account Danny. Danny never really, I had money laying around the house all the time. He never took a penny. Him or Kevin, either one. That was just, you don't touch that. They never stole anything that I knew of. But to Danny, I can do this, and I'm not a good shot or anything like that. Oh, by the way, the gun was empty that he had. He had his daddy's .38, and it was empty. There's no bullets in it. Of course, the person at the convenience store didn't know that. But from what I understand, he just went outside and kind of waited.
Okay. I believe he gets out of prison around 1982.
Something like that.
Okay.
I can't remember those dates at all.
Okay. Did he come home after he was released from prison?
Yes.
George? Okay. Did he stay here in Shreveport?
Yes, he stayed with us.
At that time, was there any talk about taking him to community mental health?
I don't think so. Can't remember. I talked to him quite a bit about it all the time. But he always said, Mom, there's nothing wrong with me. So I just let it go.
How was Danny's, okay. How was Danny's work history when he came back from prison in Georgia?
His work history was always really broken up. He couldn't hold a job for very long. For one thing, he had no transportation.
Okay, he had no vehicle?
None. And
how did he get from place to place?
he walked. There was 2 cars at our house, and he walked. There were times when James would let me take him, but very rarely.
Would he have to walk long distances?
Yeah. We live in a residential area, so to get to any kind of job area, you've got to walk out of the neighborhood or get out of the neighborhood to do it.
Did he ever leave Shreveport again?
Yes.
And where did he go, do you know?
Mississippi.
Okay. And what happened in Mississippi to him?
Same thing. We got that call. Armed robbery.
Okay. Did you go to see him in Mississippi?
Mm-hmm.
How did he look in Mississippi?
He had gotten very thin, and he didn't look good at all. But that was due to stress and everything he was going through right then, I'm sure, because when Danny gets under a lot of stress, it's hard for him to eat. But we visited him more than once in Mississippi, and the second time we went, he looked so much better. He had gained a lot of weight. It seemed that he was doing real good in that area. He had learned to cope with whatever went on.
I believe he comes back from Mississippi in 1988.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. Did he try to find work when he came back then? Mm-hmm. How much success did he have with work then?
He didn't have a whole lot of success. He wrote a song, and the title of the song is I Need a Job. And he had been trying to get a job at a Bush distributing company that's up the street from us. I think it's Bush. One of those companies as a forklift operator. And he was there almost every day, talking to him and pleading with him, and he got real discouraged because they would show a lot of interest, but they didn't call him back. We were sitting out in the front yard one night, and he wrote a song called I Need a Job. And I wish you could hear it because it's a darling song. And he said, you know what I'm going to do, Mom? I said, what? He said, I'm going to take my guitar, and when they open in the morning, I'm going to walk up and down in front of that, and I'm going to sing my song. And I said, you do that, Danny, then maybe they'll hire you.
Did he seem depressed about not being able to get a job?
Yes. He's very depressed. He felt, well, he even told me, he said, I'm useless. I'm not worth anything. I can't even get a job.
How did he act around the house?
When it was just Danny and I, he was fine. When his dad was there, he didn't stay around long. He did get a job. Now we're talking about the very last time he came home, aren't we?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, he did get a job. I get, y'all have to excuse me, I get confused. But my nephew had a car, and he told Danny that he could have the car for $500, and Danny saved his money and bought the car, so he did have transportation then. And he had worked at Ponchos and Western Sizzler. I can't remember where else.
Okay.
But he worked long enough to buy him a car and get insurance and
Okay.
things.
Do you know a person named Bunny Mills?
Yes.
Okay, and who is Bunny Mills?
She's a lady that's into country western music. My husband knew her. And he told Danny, he said, this lady might be able to help you with your music. Well, that just floored Danny that his daddy would try to help him do anything in the world. So he was just elated. I said, well, when can we meet her? And James said, anytime. I said, well, I'd like to meet her too. So we invited her over for Sunday dinner. And she came and she just took to Danny immediately. And she listened to some of his music and she said that it was very good and it was really worth trying to promote. And she just became a real good family friend.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Bunny at any time ever tried to take Danny to see a psychiatrist or a
She's the one that took him the time he went.
Okay.
And she did try to get him back to go again. She tried real hard. She did get him to LSU, I think. LSU Medical Center. Excuse me. You're just going to have to give me just a minute.
Okay. If you want, there's some water there if you want to take
a short break?
Short break? Miss Rowling, at any time to your knowledge, did Danny's father ever threaten him with a weapon?
Well, what I told you about the knife, and then he has used a gun.
Okay. Approximately how many times?
I have no idea. I worked. My neighbor told me. Well, my neighbor, one time in particular, Danny ran to her house, and she came across the street and talked James out of the gun.
I'm going to object to this part. You can go ahead. I'm objecting.
Okay, it's okay. Does your husband have a gun, or did he have a gun in the house?
Yeah. They still have his .38, but he has it's a little, I think it's a .32. Is there such a thing as a .32? I think that's what it is. And he has a shotgun. And I think he has another gun, but I'm not sure.
What was the last time you saw Danny in your house?
The night of the shooting.
Okay, why don't you explain that then, okay?
Okay, I've told this so many times. I came home from work, and the work that I was doing was teaching the elderly and the handicapped how to do crafts and things like that. And there were some items that I needed, so I told James I was going to Cloth World, which is up the street from us. And I don't know if Danny was in the house at that time or not. He might have been in the back. But I went to Cloth World, and I didn't realize it was as late as it was. And there was a young black boy cleaning up, and I was going to look at patterns, and he was cleaning that.
Doesn't look like the dad ever testified. I'm not surprised.
Area. So I asked him what time it was, and he said it was, I think, something like 5 or 10 minutes till 9 o'clock. So I left. And when I got home, well, I put all my stuff on the table, and I think I was checking it out or something. I can't remember, but Danny came through the kitchen, and we have a utility room that's attached to the kitchen, and I have a bench there. And Danny is so tall, he's 6'4". He can't just stoop over like you.
I didn't talk into the mic. I don't know if you heard me. I don't think that the dad testified. I don't see it on Court TV's page, and it doesn't surprise me. I wouldn't have expected him to anyway. Okay, don't start doing this now. You've been perfect. Don't start. We're almost done with part 1 of her testimony. This is actually fascinating to me.
Defense would call as a witness Mrs. Claudia.
I don't know why it's fascinating to me.
Favorite supplement is Cunol turmeric.
Ugh. It's still not an excuse for killing people, but it's still fascinating to me. And again with a commercial. We were
going to do about it. So James went to the back of the house, and Danny just nonchalantly tied his shoes. He always put his foot on the bench, and I've told this so many times. I came home from work, and the work that I was doing was teaching the elderly and the handicapped how to do crafts and things like that. And there were some items that I needed, so I told James I was going to Cloth World, which is up the street from us. And I don't know if Danny was in the house at that time or not. He might have been in the back. But I went to Cloth World, and I didn't realize it was as late as it was. And there was a young black boy cleaning up, and I was going to look at patterns, and he was cleaning that area. So I asked him what time it was, and he said it was, I think, something like 5 or 10 minutes till 9 o'clock. So I left. And when I got home, well, I put all my stuff on the table, and I think I was checking it out or something. I can't remember, but Danny came through the kitchen, and we have a utility room that's attached.
I hate it when people do that. They say, oh, I'm not racist. They don't realize how racist that is. You don't have to mention that the person was black. It doesn't matter. It was someone that worked there cleaning up because they were fixing the clothes. Why do you need to include the person's race? I hate that. That's one of my pet peeves. I hate that.
To the kitchen, and I have a bench there. And Danny is so tall, he's 6'4". He can't just stoop over like you or I could and tie a shoe. So he always put his foot on the bench and either buckled or tied or whatever was necessary. James came in the kitchen, and he started yelling at him, and he said, I've told you, don't put your foot on that bench. And just before that, though, I said, Danny, are you going out again? And he turned to me and he said, are you going to bitch at me too? And I said, no, I'm not. And that was before the shoe thing. But I knew something really bad had gone on in that house earlier. I could feel it. And Danny's never told me, and neither has James. They had had a really hard argument. I could always tell. Danny put his foot back on the bench, and he looked at his dad and he said, I got my foot on the bench, old man. What are you going to do about it? And he said, I'll tell you what I'm going to do about it. So James went to the back of the house. And Danny just nonchalantly tied his shoes. He wasn't expecting anything. And he was going out the door. And James ran through the kitchen, and he had a gun. And he ran out the door, and I heard 5 shots. Was it 5? 5 shots. I get 3 shots. There was 3 outside, 5 inside. And I heard those 3 shots, and I thought.
See, that tells you something right there about his personality. Which I'm not condoning his father's behavior. But Yeah, I got my foot on the bench. What are you going to do about it, old man? That's Danny's personality. That has nothing to do with the fact that his dad was a POS. He challenged him. That's his personality. Yeah, his dad was what his dad was. But that's Danny's personality to challenge that. His brother didn't do stuff like that. His brother stayed away from his dad. You can't blame everything on the way you're raised.
All right, he's dead.
Who do you think was dead?
Danny. He had no gun. And James ran out with a gun, so it had to be Danny. And a neighbor saw this. And James came back in the house and he said, "Call the police." And I said, "Why? You killed him. Why call the police?" And about that time, Danny busted in the back door because James had locked the door when he come in. And I thought that was sort of strange, but he locked the door when he came in and Danny busted the door in. And he came in a crouch. And with God as my witness, I did not see a gun in his hand. I'm not saying he didn't have one, but I didn't see it. He crouched down at the table, and James is in front of our refrigerator, and he's waving this gun around. And Danny said, "You want to shoot somebody, you want to kill somebody, kill me, but don't hurt my mom." Because when James chased Danny out of the house and fired those 3 shots, I heard him say, and I'm sure Danny must have too, he said something like, "I'll just get rid of all of you." That's probably not verbatim, but it's as close as I can remember. So I believe that's why Danny came back. He thought that James was going to kill me. Well, I heard, after Danny crouched and said that, James turned like this, and I covered my eyes, and I heard a shot. And I thought, okay, now he's dead. And then I heard another shot, and I said, I better get out of here. So I went through the living room, down the hallway to our bedroom. And our bedroom door has a slide bolt. And I bolted myself in the bedroom. And I went to a window. I had to pull the table away from this window. And I unlocked the window. And I raised it, or started to raise it. And I listened. And it was totally quiet. The only thing I could smell was this smoke. But I couldn't hear a sound anywhere. And I said, okay, they're both dead. You gotta go check it out. So I undid the door and I went down the hallway. And I went in the kitchen, and the way James was lying, I couldn't see him. So I thought, well, they went outside then, or something. So I went around the table, and that's when I saw James, because he was lying halfway in the kitchen and halfway in the utility room, and he was conscious, and he had a bullet in his head.
Okay.
And he told me, he said, call the police.
And did you call the police?
Yeah, I did. There was blood on the telephone. That was kind of hard for me to figure out how blood got on that phone, and he's down there, but I figured it out later. He called work before he ever fell where he fell. I know that's what he did.
Okay.
And he told them that he was having problems at home and couldn't come to work. And it had to be that, because I hadn't touched anything. I didn't have any blood on me.
Okay. How was Danny acting, say, approximately a month or 2 weeks before this incident?
He was trying to get everything together to move out of the house. Kevin, my younger son, was going to buy a house.
No, because he's still alive at the time that they recorded this. Because he is her caregiver now while she's sick with liver cancer. Because earlier in the interview, she said that they're still married to this day. So he survived this. Did he shoot himself? Because Danny didn't have a gun. Did Danny take the gun from his dad and shoot? I don't know what happened. I hope she says what happened, because that story doesn't make sense.
And he was doing it strictly to get Danny out of our house, because he felt like I did something terrible was going to happen. I knew it. I felt it. And James would say things like, he's getting out of here one way or the other. I'd soon shoot him as look at him. He had been saying things like that for 2 months.
Okay.
And not only had I heard this, but Kevin had heard it, and the few neighbors that came over had heard him say it. My sister heard him say it.
Okay. Well, let me go to a couple of other areas now real quickly.
Okay.
Did Danny ever suffer any serious head injuries?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe them for me, please?
Just a few weeks before the shooting in our house, he was in a car wreck.
What happened?
A single car wreck. We had a tornado, and he had been to this grill on Line Avenue that I can never think of its name. And he was coming back down Line Avenue, and this tornado was coming in the same direction pretty much, not on the ground, but it was stirring up a lot of a breeze, a wind. And it had rained terribly. The rain was just above the curb. And Danny, there was a young man that worked at LSU. He was a medical student. Said that Danny's car hydroplaned, whatever that is. And he saw it go up and hit the top of a telephone pole, and he saw this white figure tumble out. And it was that was Danny. So he stopped his car and went out and put Danny in his car and took him to LSU.
Okay. From what you're describing, Danny got thrown from the vehicle and
He fell the height of that telephone pole because he was thrown out the door.
any other instances?
When he was about, I don't know how old he was, 4 or 5, something, 6, something like that. He fell out the back door step and he hit his forehead and put a big dent there because there were concrete steps. And I wanted to take him to the doctor because I thought he had a concussion because his eyes rolled back. And James said, no, it'd be okay. And, but if you look at Danny now, he has an eye that's dilated. You'll see a pupil that's a little bit larger than the other one. It never went back to its regular size.
How did Danny... I'm sorry.
That's the only 2 head injuries that I can think of.
How did Danny treat you?
First and foremost, his mother.
And once again, my husband, he fell when he was a kid and hit his head. He has a scar on his forehead. His stepmom says that blood was just rushing down his face. He was not allowed to go to therapy because he might say something that would get his dad in trouble. His stepmom also told me that he was spanked to the point of peeing his pants. So I never saw my husband and his dad interact. His dad died the month we were married. So I never saw any interaction between them. But my husband is the most patient, most kind person I've ever met. Wouldn't hurt a fly. Never gets mad. You can't blame your upbringing on this kind of stuff. You just can't. And, you know, talking about the nervous stuff, Travis has Tourette syndrome, which I've looked up. I've tried to find out if it's set off by events like childhood trauma and stuff. And everything I've read said that it's pretty much like it's something you're born with. But I can watch him. If he's upset about something, he twitches more. And I have watched him on the phone with his stepmom. He'll start to pace, and then he'll start to twitch. And I'll be like, what is she talking to you about? Like, I can tell when he's getting upset just by, like, he'll start to twitch more. And I'll be like, what? What is it? What's going on? Tell me. And sometimes he doesn't even realize he's doing it. So, yeah, but you know what he hasn't done? He's never killed anybody. And I know it's like I'm beating a dead horse, y'all. I know I keep saying this over and over, but it doesn't mean anything. It does not mean a damn thing. I'm sorry, I don't usually cuss, but it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't. They just use all this as an excuse because they want to go out and do these things.
And in Danny's eyes, I'm the greatest lady that ever lived. Capital L. He always tried to protect me from anything that he thought was not for a lady's ears. He tried to protect me from hurt. Because he knew I was always going to be there for him. But Kevin was the same way. They both treated me the same way, and still do.
How would you describe Danny's level of maturity?
I really don't think that Danny ever got much past 15. I know that right now, he's allowed to call me, and his conversation is more mature. But every once in a while, he'll revert back to that little 15-year-old that I know so well. But I don't think he ever really got much older than that.
Okay. In the course of your marriage, Mrs. Rowling, approximately how many times did you and your husband separate?
Oh, mercy. I used to have a joke about that. People would ask us how long we'd been married, and I'd say off and on this many years. 15, 20.
Okay.
I don't really know. But a lot.
Okay. Ms. Rowling, have you ever heard the term multi-personality?
Yes.
Okay. You remember discussing that type of situation with law enforcement before?
I didn't remember saying what I was told that I said, but I suppose I did. Yes, I remember.
Okay. Did you ever suspect that Danny had some problems?
Yeah, I did. We were at the kitchen table. Danny and I and Kevin, we spent a lot of time together because it was sort of like it was just the three of us. But this was the last time that Danny came home.
Somebody said in chat the other day, I don't remember who it was, when we were talking about head injuries, they said that there are studies that head injuries don't happen more often in the population of people that become serial killers. It happens just as much in the population of people that don't become serial killers. It just seems like it's more because we hear about it in serial killers. I'm probably not explaining that right. But in other words, it's just a coincidence. It just seems like it's more in serial killers when it's really not. Yeah, I think that's true. I think that's true in a lot of cases, that they need to get help and they don't. But also, it depends on who they are. Like, I don't even know that help would help. You know what I mean? Like, I think whatever drives them to do such horrible things, they're not normal. So I don't think normal therapy and psych treatments are going to help. I don't know how we help these people. It's bizarre. They're bizarre. I don't know how you help somebody like that. It's sad. I'm sure there's a part of them deep down that just wants to be normal. I mean, maybe not people like Richard Ramirez, because he was a Satanist, but I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. Right, like, Travis couldn't get help because his dad would not allow it. He got diagnosed with Tourette's in school, but then they could never do any follow-up because his dad wouldn't allow it, because he was afraid that he would tell them, you know, things that were happening at the house that he didn't want people to know because he would end up in jail. So Travis wasn't allowed to get any help. And if you lose your mom when you're 5 years old, whether your dad killed your mom or not, you just lose your mom when you're 5 years old, you need some kind of counseling. You know, forget the fact that, you know, and his dad set it up to look like she was kidnapped. So if your mom just disappears when you're 5, you're going to need counseling. You're going to need somebody to sit you down and talk to you and explain what happened and help you deal with all of a sudden you don't have a mom in your life anymore and you're a little kid. But he didn't want him to say anything to anybody that would lead back to his dad. So, I mean, it's just hard. When you're a kid and you need help, it's hard to get help. And then when you have women, now I'm not victim blaming, but when you have women like her that won't get out of the situation, that doesn't help anybody either. They need to get help for themselves so they can get help for their kids.
We were talking, and I can't remember what was talking about. I can't remember what was said that might have triggered this, but I looked up, and Danny looked totally different to me.
And see,
His whole countenance was different. It was hard, and his voice took on a voice that I didn't really recognize. It was coarse and deep, and Danny has a very, to be a man and to be as large as Danny is, he has a very light sound to his voice. And it didn't last very long. I was just sort of shocked. I was trying to figure this out. And he just kind of flipped back. And his face softened and his voice went back like it should. And I said, Danny, what happened? And he didn't know exactly what happened. I think he surmised what happened. And he told me that he had a person, and it even had a name, but I can't remember the name.
He had a person? Did he say where this person was?
It was part of him.
Okay.
And I thought he was kidding me at first. I saw Danny. He said, no, Mom. He said, I do. And I wish I could remember the name, but I can't remember the name. It was a horrible name, though. And it was not something that I'd want to even remember, I guess.
Did Danny have mood swings?
Yes.
How long did he have them?
He really had them, I guess, all his life. They probably got more pronounced when he was around, 15, 16, something like that.
Is there a history of mental illness or mental disorder in the family?
Yes.
Okay, can you please explain that?
It's, you want detail or?
Please.
All right. I'll have to go back only as far as I know, because the family really never wanted me to know anything about their past history or anything. My husband's granddaddy killed his grandmother. He cut her throat from ear to ear. Well, my husband, as a little boy, he saw that. She was sitting at the table, and she was soaking her feet in a big pan of water. And James remembers looking down in that water and it being all bloody. That was the first incident. The family tried to say that he'd been drugged. I was told by a family member that he was not drugged, that he had always done strange things. He has an uncle that his wife went to the store. He laid down on the couch, put a shotgun in his mouth, and pulled the trigger and blew his head off. He had another uncle that died in a mental institute. He has a brother that lives in California that is, the only way he functions is on medication. My husband's mother, we could be sitting here talking, and all of a sudden she'd get extremely mad about something, and she'd start yelling, and she'd do funny things. She'd walk up and down the porch, and she'd tell people that they can't park here, or they can't go next door, or do things like that. And I've always believed that she was schizophrenic, because that's the disease that I was told the family had. There's a daughter that's an alcoholic, and I believe because of the way Dot is, the way she acts, that she drinks to get away from it. And I'm sure there's more that I don't know about.
During the time that you were married, did you socialize much with other couples or other people?
We had no friends that we socialized with.
Did James ever bring home like other police officers and their wives to your house, or?
One couple, Shelton and his wife, they came to our house once, and we went to their house once, but that was all.
When would that have been?
Oh, years ago. Years and years ago. And Danny was just a baby.
Did you ever attend like any social functions with the police department, like picnics or dinners or dances?
I never knew they had them. He kept me completely separate.
Okay. With that, I don't think I have any more questions. And thank you very much, Mrs. Ross.
Okay.
I'll change the videotape at this point.
Hour and a half. I'm going to take an evening recess now. We're going to play the remainder of this tape tomorrow morning, first thing. What I'd like you to do is leave your transcripts of your tape with your notes. We'll collect those, put them together, and give them back to you tomorrow morning when you come in.
I guess James Harold's family. When did you find out about that history?
We'd been married for years.
Okay.
They never discussed anything like that. They're very secretive people. And we've been married for a number of years. And he just told me, I don't remember why. He just told me that his granddaddy cut his grandmother's throat. That was my first thing to learn about it.
Okay. When did you learn that he had an uncle commit suicide and some of these other things?
That just all came. I can't give you a date or anything because I don't remember.
Okay.
He just told me.
Did you know it at the time that, say, the boys were still at home?
Yeah.
Okay, so that kind of, you came to know it as over the course of your marriage?
Right.
But you knew most all of those things before Danny and Kevin left home?
Yes, I knew all of them before they left home.
Okay. The fights that you've described between your husband and Danny, a lot of them sound like shoving and pushing matches.
And he did a lot of that.
Okay. Did he do the same thing to Kevin too?
Yes, but not on as regular, not as often.
Okay. He did some,
Yeah.
but he didn't do it as much to the
Right.
to Kevin.
Right.
Okay. Did
No, wait a minute, excuse me.
that he did some of that to Kevin, but not as much as he did to Danny.
Right.
Did Danny, as a result of any of these fights or beatings, did he ever have any broken bones?
No, he had a broken collarbone one time, but he slipped and fell. His daddy didn't do
It was
that.
not from his dad?
No.
Did he ever receive any stitches from any blows that he had from his dad?
No.
I think at one point you mentioned that your husband had actually struck you. And I wasn't quite sure, but it sounded like he hit you with an open hand. Is that correct? Yes?
Excuse me, Claudia, it's going to be necessary for you to answer, please, with a verbal response.
Oh, okay.
He hit you with an open hand.
Right,
Is that
yes,
right?
yes.
Okay. You had stated, I think, last to Mr. Kearns that you separated from your husband about 15 or 20 times.
Yeah, at least.
Why did you keep coming back and staying with him?
You'll never know how many times I've asked myself that question.
Do you have an answer for that?
I'm not sure. I know that I do love James. I have no control over the way he is. And my feelings towards him has changed a great deal since the shooting in our house.
For the better or for the worse?
For the worse.
So you become more hostile to him?
No, I'm not hostile. I would almost welcome that. It's more like nothing.
Okay. So you become what I would call ambivalent toward your husband since then?
This sort of void, empty.
Okay. And don't have the feelings that you once had for
No, I don't.
Okay.
I have a lot of pity for him because he's really suffering right now.
You have described, literally from almost day one of your marriage, numerous separations. Do you have any idea of why you kept coming back?
Well, like I said, I loved him. I was raised to believe that marriage, you marry one time, that's for life, so you better make it good. And two, I don't like to fail. Nobody does. And I kept thinking, this hope didn't die. It just kept telling me it'll work out.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Things will change, they'll get better.
Did you think something was wrong with the marriage?
Yeah,
But you were working to correct it?
I was trying real hard.
Okay.
I did everything I know to do. We're still married. We're not separated. I'm still married to him.
Do you still live together?
I'm here and he's there. And that is probably the way it'll be. But I can't let him know that right now.
Did there come a time when you thought that the way your husband was treating Danny was inappropriate?
I always felt it was.
Okay. Did there come a time when you felt that the way your husband treated Kevin was inappropriate?
Yes.
Did you ever consider trying to get the boys out of that kind of situation?
That would usually be my reason for leaving. And I would get these, he's even been on his knees. Please come home. It won't happen anymore. We'll do all these good things and things will be better.
Was that the general comments that he would make each and every time
Each and
that
every
you
time.
left?
Each and every time. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? I don't know why I went back.
At some point during that period of time, did you stop believing that he was sincere about that?
I think deep down I did. But if I admitted it, if I brought it out into the open and said, okay, Claudia, it's not going to work, then I failed there.
Did at some point in time in your marriage to him, did you feel like being married to him was detrimental to your children?
Well, sure, I guess. My main fear was that he would really go off the deep end and maybe hurt him that way.
Hurt him physically?
Yeah, but he managed to hold himself in check to a degree.
Okay. But at some point, it became pretty clear to you, I gather from what you're saying, let me start this way. From what you're saying, at some point it became pretty clear to you that his way of raising the children was detrimental to them. Is that true?
It always was.
Okay. When did you realize that?
From the very beginning. I mean, I can't tell you like Saturday morning at 10 o'clock because I don't know when. I just know that I always felt that.
Okay, even from right in the beginning?
Yes, from the very beginning.
I'm sorry. Did you ever try and get the children away from that situation, away from him? Maybe putting them with a relative or putting them in some type of foster care?
You mean away from me? No, never.
Okay.
Never. I could never have left my boys anywhere.
So your solution would be to leave your husband?
And protect them when I could.
I think at some point in the testimony dealing with the third grade teacher, I forgot her name.
Miss Wishan.
Okay, that Danny was sick a lot.
He was.
And she came by the house. And at the end of that year, because he had missed so much school, she suggested that you keep him back in the third grade.
Right.
She also mentioned to you some type of counseling for Danny. Is that true?
Yes.
Was this mental health counseling or career type counseling?
I think it was both.
Okay.
Because she mentioned how nervous Danny could get and how he worked better alone than with being thrown in with a group of children. But
Thanks for looking that up. I was pretty sure she wasn't around anymore. So she died in 95, and his father passed away in 2012. Yeah, if they were still around, they'd be really, really old. Because this was 30 years ago. So I don't know how old she is there. She doesn't look that old, but liver cancer. I think she knew she was dying. She looks pretty good for having terminal cancer, though.
I always felt like that what she meant was mental and something to help him have a career when he, grew up and got out of school.
So her suggestion to you was for Danny to seek out something where he could work by himself on projects instead of working in groups. Is that true?
Yeah. Well, no. To get over that, to be able to deal with people. I probably didn't make myself clear.
Okay.
Because, see, Danny has always been a loner.
Would you say that's his personality type, that he is a loner?
It would only be personality because of the way he feels about himself. I'll do what you want me to do.
So at no time during the time that the boys were with you, did you ever consider having them get away from you and your husband?
If I understand what you're asking me, to put them in a foster home or something?
Or put them with a relative?
No.
You never considered that?
I never considered that.
Okay. Were either one of them, Kevin or Danny, ever hospitalized for injuries
that they received as a result of fights with or beatings from their father?
No.
Did you ever suggest to James Harold that he get counseling?
Only once.
No, he didn't take it too well, I
I
guess.
didn't take it well at all.
Did you ever try and attempt to take any kind of parenting classes that are offered through various...
No, but I wish I had.
My mom was born in 31 and she died in 1990. She died in October. So, and this is another reason why I always remember when this case happened. I remember it because I remember it, for one, but I also remember it because my aunt, my mom's oldest sister, died in September, and then my mom died in October. So, and I always think it happened in September, but it didn't. It happened at the end of August. And I think I always think of it in the fall because it was the fall semester of school, but it was actually the end of summer. So this happened in late August, and then my aunt died in September, and then my mom died in October. So this whole period of time was just horrible. So this whole period just sticks out in my memory.
Danny left high school in the 11th or 12th grade. He did not finish high school here in Shreveport, did he? And after he finished high school, he stayed at your house for a while and then went into the service for a short time?
No, he finished school in service.
No, ma'am. My question is that when he dropped out of school, he still stayed at your house for a short time?
Oh, yes.
Before he went into the service,
Yes.
is that right?
Right.
Okay. And he stayed in the military for about a year, I think you said.
Something like that, yeah.
And you mentioned that you had when he left the service, you had talked to his commanding officer.
Yes, he called.
And he said that Danny had problems adjusting to service life. Is that true?
That's true.
Was part of that due to the fact of his marijuana use while he was in the service? Did the commanding officer also mention that was part
I
of the
don't
problem?
know. No, he didn't mention that to me. To the best of my knowledge, Danny did not use marijuana until he went in service.
Okay.
But I don't think that had anything to do with his being discharged.
All right, so did the commanding officer, to your knowledge, ever tell you that part of the problem with Danny's adjustment to military life was his use of drugs?
No, he didn't say that to me.
Okay. But in any event, after leaving the service, he came back home and lived with you and your husband?
Yes.
Okay. And then, how long was he out of the service before he got married? Approximately. A year, 2 years?
Oh, no.
Shorter than a year?
Yeah. Matter of weeks, I think, because...
From the time he got back from the service now?
Yeah, he met... I'm going to get confused here.
Okay, we'll stop and think for a minute.
Yeah. When he got out of service. Because all this other happened later.
Okay, so are you saying that it was a fairly short period of time?
It was a fairly short period of time. Because I remember him staying with my mother and dad for a while.
When he got out of the service?
Yeah.
Did he stay with you and
He
James?
stayed with us first, and then with my mother and dad.
Okay. And then he got married, and how long did they stay married?
About 2 years.
Okay. And after they broke up, he came back and lived with you and your husband again?
Yes.
And how long did he live there before he left?
It wasn't very long because when he was served those separation papers, he just really went off. He just lost it. And it was a short time after that he left.
Okay.
But I can't remember dates or how many weeks or how many days or anything like that.
I think you had mentioned in a statement that you gave to Sergeant Ashley back when he and a gentleman by the name of Jeff Fortier from the Department of Law Enforcement talked to you, that when he married Omather, that Omather had a pretty tough life growing up too. Is that
She had very tough.
how did you mean that, Ms. Rowland?
Her mother was killed when she was 5 years old in a car train wreck. And she was just sort of shuttled from one person to another. Her dad had different women that would come in and live in the house, and the children had to live around that. And just all of the things that a little 5-year-old girl would have to deal with. No mother.
And kind of a steady stream of women coming
Exactly.
into the house.
Exactly.
And that's what you meant by kind of
Right, because you know she missed her mother. She had to, and then here's all these women that her dad brings in. She must have had a terrible time of it.
And they met in church. I think you mentioned an incident when you spoke with Mr. Kearns about y'all going to church, and Danny was going to wear blue jeans.
Yeah.
Was this a pretty standard thing for the family to do, is to go to church?
It was. James didn't always go with us, but it was just a normal thing.
What type of church did you go to?
A Church of God.
Okay. And I need for you to tell me, is this something that pretty much from the time the boys were small until through high school years, did they pretty much attend church with you?
Yes, they did, and they were taught about Jesus, and they knew parts of the Bible. Danny can quote you almost the whole Bible right now. It was just normal.
Okay. And
Devil knows the Bible
on
too.
a particular Sunday when you went to church, what type of, would you just go to church, or was there a Sunday school involved? Or?
Sometimes, we didn't always go to Sunday school, but sometimes we did. Most of the time we did.
And did you ever attend any other services during the week? Sometimes there's Wednesday
Yeah, there's
services. And
prayer meeting, which usually took place on Wednesday night, and I attended that just sporadically. It wasn't something that I did every Wednesday. And the boys did not go with me on that. It would just be me.
Okay, but would you call yourself fairly regular attenders of church on Sunday?
And at that time?
Yes, ma'am. During the time that they were brought?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. They were baptized.
After, let me go back now for a minute if I can. After the divorce, Danny came back and lived with you for a while.
A short period of time.
Okay, and it was shortly after that he got in trouble after he left. Is that true?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. And then after he got out of prison, he came back in Georgia. He came back home and lived with y'all for a while.
Yes.
Okay, and then he got in trouble again and went to prison in Mississippi.
Yes.
And again, after that, he came back home and lived with you.
Yes.
Okay, and that's when, in May, he had the problem with his father shooting.
Yes.
Okay. In terms of his work history, you mentioned several things about that at different times. Was Danny ever able to hold a regular job for very long?
Not very long. His job record is very sporadic. They always loved him. His bosses, he did his job well. He went to work on time. If they had a dress code, he followed it. I've had a lot of his bosses tell me he's one of the best employees we've got. But I think that he would probably get this feeling if he was going to get promoted, he was going to leave that job. One way or the other, because a promotion meant that he was of value and he could do things that some people couldn't do. And to Danny, a young man who's had all of his self-esteem destroyed, that's running words. You get out of there. Because you might fail, and if you do, you'd feel real bad about it.
Did he ever tell you that, or did you ever check with the employer?
I knew that's the way he felt.
So he never told you that?
No.
And you never went and talked to the employer?
Oh, heavens, no. I would never have done that. I mean, he needed to feel like a grown man. They couldn't have a mommy, running and checking things out for him.
Yes, ma'am. So that's what you surmised happened?
Yeah, I just know it is.
Okay. Isn't it true that at times Danny would quit jobs?
Oh, yes.
And that he would not show up for work?
Yeah.
In fact,
that would be his way of getting out of it.
The incident that you mentioned when he was married to Omega, and your husband went over there, that was a situation where he didn't go to work. Is that true?
Right.
Okay. In regards to that incident, did you see that incident?
Yes.
Yeah, you went with your husband over to the house, and so you actually saw that?
I saw it.
And Omega saw it too?
Omega saw it.
Okay. Back when he was growing up, did Danny, this is while he's still living at your house, up until the time he left to go into the military, okay? Did he ever have any problems with the law?
No.
Was he ever suspected it, or did they ever come?
Object to this question is beyond the scope of direct examination. You can go ahead and answer that.
Did the police ever come to you and say they thought that he had gone into somebody's house or somebody's shed, or?
No, they brought him home one night. It was Thanksgiving, and my mother and dad had dinner with us, and Danny and Kevin went out to just mess around, play, whatever, and they went down to the school, and James went after them, and he was threatening the beating they were going to get because they were on the school ground, and Danny ran, and he hid on top of the school building. There was a flat area where he could get up there and lay flat. And Kevin just kept running, and James did kick Kevin. I had forgotten all about that, and brought Kevin home. And it was very cold, and Danny stayed on top of the school building until he couldn't stand it any longer. So he climbed down, and the police got him just from 1 block from the house and brought him home. But he had not done a crime of any kind. He just ran from his dad.
Were there any other incidents that you can recall?
Not that I can recall.
Okay.
He's never had a police record or anything, to my knowledge.
Until he got arrested in Georgia?
Right.
Okay. While he was growing up, did Danny ever have any close friends or associates?
He had one friend, I don't know how close you'd call him. His name is Roy Lee Weber, and I have no idea where he is. But his closest friend was his brother.
Okay. Danny liked the outdoors, did he not?
Yeah, they both did.
He and Kevin? Did they go camping a lot?
No, not really camping.
Object to this line of questions also being beyond the scope of direct examination and irrelevant as to the Phase 2 section. You can answer.
Not like going out with a tent or something like that. James bought a camp on Lake Vista, and they have camped out there.
Did Danny like to hunt?
Yeah.
And did he and Kevin go hunting together?
One time, I think, he can take it or leave it. And Danny was more like his daddy. He got quite a few deer.
Okay. Did he go, I'm sorry? Did he go hunting with his father?
No.
Okay. So when he went hunting, he usually went hunting by himself?
Or with his boss. He had a boss that loved to take him hunting. That's when he worked for the water department. Danny got lost from him one time. it got dark on him and he couldn't find his way out of the woods till early the next morning. But he did like to hunt and he loved to fish.
After Danny came home from Mississippi, did he...
Who'd she say liked to hunt? Danny or Kevin? I got confused.
like to work out there at the house?
Yeah. Once again, object beyond the scope of direct examination and irrelevant to the sentencing phase section.
You mean like with barbells and that kind of thing?
Well, I'm going to ask you a couple. Did he work out with weights, the barbells and things?
He built him a workout table, and he worked out in the backyard.
Okay. Did he also jog, too?
He jogged around the neighborhood.
Did you ever see him working out in terms of karate or martial arts type stuff?
Yeah, the kids all over the neighborhood would come, and they like to watch Danny do karate, or whatever you call that stuff. But he just did it to entertain those kids. He didn't really know anything about karate or whatever you call that other.
I said martial arts.
He didn't.
Okay. In terms of the mental health counseling, as far as I know, you said that he went one time with Bunny.
He went one time with Bunny to Shreveport Mental Health Center, and then he went one time to LSU. It's a LSU Hospital and Medical School.
Where is that located?
It's on
Here in Shreveport?
yeah, it's on Kings Highway and Linwood.
Okay. When did...
You know where?
It's okay.
I forget.
It's here in Shreveport, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know when he went, when Bunny Mills took him? Was that after he came home from Mississippi?
Yeah, because see, I didn't know her until he came home.
That's
the
right.
last time.
Okay. And how about when he went to LSU? Was that also after he came home from
Yeah.
Mississippi? So prior to that time, he had not gone to any counseling of any kind?
I guess not.
Had,
I can't remember. I can't remember. No.
had he ever been hospitalized for any type of mental health problem?
When he was in Mississippi,
In
they
Mississippi?
put him in a mental health or some sort of hospital.
Okay. In terms of when he was out, was he ever hospitalized for mental health problems?
No.
Okay. Did he ever, to your knowledge, take any type of medication for mental health problems?
No.
Did you ever attempt to take Danny yourself to any hospital or mental health facility?
I attempted to get James to let me.
Okay. So you felt like you needed permission to do that?
I felt like I needed his permission for everything. I'm not that way anymore, but I was then.
Did there ever come a time after he was in prison in Georgia where you wanted Danny to go to mental health counseling and he refused to go?
I don't remember that.
In the tape that I referred to before, in the conversation back in January of 1991 with Sergeant Ashley and Jeff Fortier, you mentioned something about after 1979 that someone, either yourself or someone else, tried to get Danny to go for help, but he wouldn't go. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, I remember now. My nephew and I tried to get him to go, and we got him as far as the car, and it was the same mental health center that we were taking him to. Instead, he went to stay with my sister in Florida. He would not go.
Okay. Did he ever give you a reason why he wouldn't go?
He said there was nothing wrong with him.
Okay. And so instead of that, he went to Florida. This accident that you mentioned, I think there was a tornado here in Shreveport that you were talking about.
Yeah.
As I understand it, you heard about that accident through someone else. Is that true?
Well, Kevin and I went and picked him up at the hospital.
Okay, but I'm talking about the actual accident.
Yeah, the
itself.
young man that was riding behind him told me what happened.
Okay. And from what you told us, it appears that the car was somehow picked up.
And he said it was like it hydroplaned. He said it looked like the wind just skidded him over the water. He called it hydroplane.
Okay.
And went straight up this telephone pole.
And Danny somehow was thrown out of the car.
He was thrown out the door.
And I think you said it was from the height of the telephone pole?
Exactly.
Okay.
He fell that far.
Okay. How long was he in the hospital?
Oh, that's a charity hospital. You don't have to have any money or anything.
Which hospital is that?
LSU.
Oh, sorry.
And they only take money from people that can give them a certain amount. And this young man that was riding behind him was a medical student. So that's where he took him.
Okay.
And they called me from there. And we went and got him. He didn't even stay overnight. He had stitches, and they sent some medication for pain home with him.
Do you know how many stitches he got?
I think he had about 12. He had a lot.
Okay.
His head was split open pretty good.
Did he have bruises and bumps on the rest of his body?
Yeah, he had scrapes on his arms and his legs and on his shoulder.
How long was this before the shooting incident?
Just a matter of a couple of 3 weeks.
Okay. And during that time, did you notice any difference in his behavior?
No, not really. I don't think it did anything to him that way.
Okay. Did his stitches heal up?
Yeah.
And they were removed?
Yeah.
Did he ever complain about headaches or anything after that?
Danny never complained about any kind of sickness. When he was a little kid, if he was sick, you really had to search it out.
Okay. So I can gather that he never mentioned that he was experiencing any headaches or dizziness or anything?
Well, the headache right after when we brought him home so that I could give him his medicine, that was all.
Okay. I'm talking about maybe a week or two later. Did he ever complain about any type of dizziness or headaches or anything of that nature?
No. I'm just about to.
Okay, I think I'm getting close to my end too.
Okay,
So it's my
sorry to do
workout
this to you, but
pretty well.
I'm just about used up.
Okay. Let me talk about the night of the shooting.
Okay.
And see if I can clear in my own mind a couple of things that happened.
Well, if you don't mind, do I have to go through it?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm going to go right to specific questions.
Okay, that'll be fine.
After James locked the door and he came back in, I assume Danny barged through the door.
Not immediately, no.
Okay, but at some point barged back through the door.
Yes.
Because the door was locked.
Yes.
And he didn't unlock it with a key or anything.
No.
Then James turned toward Danny. And what did Danny say? I didn't get that quite clearly.
Danny came in at a crouch, and he told his dad, he said, if you want to kill somebody, kill me, but don't hurt my mom.
Okay. And that's when the shots were fired?
That's when I heard the first one, I think.
Okay. Do you know who fired at who at that point?
No, because I didn't look.
You didn't see it? Okay.
I hid my eyes because I didn't want to see any of it.
That incident that you told me about, I guess it's the job and how the bad grades, and that Danny came inside the house and the water was running. Do you remember that incident that you talked to us about? Have I given you enough information? There was an incident where Danny in high school had the job, and that he had to quit his job, and he came back in the house and the water was running, and
He turned the water on,
okay. And
so that I would think that he was cleaning up.
Okay. What I wanted to ask you about, he left and went to the drive-in, is that right?
Behind the drive-in,
Okay.
there was a canal, and he went behind on the embankment.
And that's when he told you that he tried to take his life, but he just couldn't do it?
He just couldn't do it.
That's what he had told you about,
Yes.
right? When he told you that, had you, did he mean that he had actually done something to himself?
I don't think, no, there was no marks on him.
Okay, so he had taken the razor blade with the idea that he was
With the idea.
but that he couldn't go through with it.
He just couldn't do it.
Okay, and that's what he had told you.
Yeah.
Do you remember when this thing about the multiple personality came out, when it was in relation to the shooting? It's after he came back from Mississippi, right?
It was quite a while. It was quite a while before that happened, I think.
Okay, and as I understand it, you were sitting at the table with him. Was Kevin present for that?
No.
Just you and Danny? Okay, and at that point, he told you that there was another part of him.
Yeah.
And that...
I think, if I remember right, the way he said it was he had a person.
And he gave you...
He didn't say another person. I think, the best I can remember, he said, I have a person.
Okay. And that person had a name, although you don't remember.
Yeah, and he told me the name, but I can't remember.
Right, and that person was tough.
The name sounded tough.
Okay. What was there about his personality that was different when he was telling you?
His voice was deeper, harsh. And I don't remember what he said, but his face got real hard. Almost no emotion there at all, just kind of a deadpan expression. And if I didn't know Danny so well, I probably wouldn't have known it was him, because it changed that drastically. It was, to me, it was.
Did he show anger as part of that?
No, it wasn't for very long. There really wasn't time for him to show anything much except this quick change. It was like come and go.
Okay. Did his personality would come and go? This
thing that took place, it was just there and then it was gone.
Okay.
And you know, if the voice is different and if the face looks so different, if there's any personality that's going to come out there, it's going to be different too. But I didn't. All I could pay attention to was his face and how different it looked to me.
Did he tell you that this was a strong personality?
No, he didn't tell me a lot about it.
Okay.
And I didn't ask him.
Let me just ask you, back in that tape again, that you gave to Sergeant Ashley.
Yeah, and I wish I'd never done that.
And Jeff Fortier, do you remember telling them that this was that Danny told you this was a strong personality?
I may have.
Okay.
That's been so long ago until I don't remember what I said or how I said it. I just know that whatever I told him was the truth.
All right. Could he have said it was a strong personality?
He could have.
Okay. Just a minute here, and I think we're about at the end. Okay.
I have two quick questions for me. Don't mind too?
Yeah. Okay.
My two real quick ones.
Okay.
Kelly, you're currently separated from James and you're living at your sister's house, correct?
I'm separated, but he doesn't really know it.
Okay. Is this separation from James related to your current physical condition?
It's mostly because I need care.
Okay. Who takes care of you?
Artie Mae does, my sister. And two, I can't get well at my house. There's still bullet holes in the wall. And he goes over every step of the way of what he's going to do, how he's going to put everybody in jail, how he's going to kill the neighbor across the street. And nobody can get well with that going on all the time.
I want to object to that line of questioning, the question and the answer that was given as being irrelevant.
Is one of the reasons why you never got a divorce, is this based on some religious belief that you have?
I do believe that it's wrong to marry more than once. But
I have enough for that.
I don't need to quibble with you, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Is there anything against your religion, though, to divorce?
no,
Maybe just a
because
divorce,
there's
but no.
divorce in the Bible.
Okay. Has Kevin ever had any problems with the law?
No.
Did,
If he did, I don't know about it.
well, you probably know, wouldn't you?
I'm sure I would.
I don't know. I don't know how you're separated without your husband knowing that you're separated. But I feel better knowing that he wasn't her caregiver in her last years. Because it's really hard to trust someone to be your caregiver when they're that much of a monster. That's insane. Like I said earlier, there are some Christians that believe it is a sin to divorce unless your partner has committed adultery. And even then, they believe it's a sin to get married again. I believe that there are circumstances. God allowed divorce in the Bible for adultery. But I also believe that if your spouse is beating the crap out of you, whether they're a Christian or not, that's a sin. And they're not honoring God by beating the crap out of you. And I think that in that situation, God would be okay with a divorce. And my mom, I had somebody, when I started working at the hospital, we had new doctors would graduate because it was a teaching hospital. So we would have like the residents and the interns, the new doctors that would graduate every year. And basically what nurses at a teaching hospital do, they kind of teach the new doctors the ropes. Stuff that they don't get taught in nursing school. Basically how to interact with nurses and how to give orders to nurses and how to do certain procedures. I mean, I've actually had a doctor be like, I don't know how to do it. Will you show me how to do it? So doctors don't know everything when they get out of medical school. And so I became friends with some of them. And one of them invited me to a Bible study. And I actually was told that night that I was an illegitimate child because my mother had been married before and my dad was her second husband. Well, she got a divorce after her husband hit her. She was married to him for 15, 16 years. And he was emotionally abusive and verbally abusive the whole entire time they were married. He would constantly accuse her of cheating on him. If the pastor from the church came to visit, and he got home from work and the pastor's car was in the driveway, he would accuse her of having an affair with the pastor. And she said she got to the point that she broke out into hives when he would pull up, when his car would pull up when he'd get home from work. And they had a horrible marriage. But she stuck it out for 16 years, and the first time he laid a hand on her was when she divorced him. And I don't see anything wrong with that. And my mom was a good Christian woman, and you know, I talk about the way she was verbally abusive to me, but she was verbally abused her whole life by her parents and then by her first husband. And that's, I don't think she knew any other way to be honest. So I don't think the 10 Commandments, okay? The 10 Commandments, those are blanket laws that we're all supposed to obey. But I think other things, I think God looks at on a case-by-case basis. I don't think everything we do is black and white. And I think that's the way God operates. And I could be wrong. And I'll find out one day when I go to heaven. And I believe in death, till death do you part. I believe in that too. But I think there are times when that just doesn't apply. I mean, you don't know. I mean, yeah, I think you should date long enough to get a good idea. We didn't even date a whole year. We dated 11 months before we got married. My parents, they dated for 3 months before they got married. And if my mom hadn't died, they'd still be married. Well, my dad's dead now too, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. You know, they didn't get divorced, and they wouldn't have gotten divorced. They were married 24 years, I think. Right. God wants us, right. And that's what the Bible says. We're supposed to treat others how we want to be treated. And that's what I always say when I mod. Treat other people like you want to be treated. So, I'm glad that her sister's her caregiver and not him. I guess she's like, I'm staying with my sister and not saying I'm leaving you. Maybe she's just like, I'm gonna go stay with my sister for a while. But it's not like officially I'm leaving you, you know? So he doesn't know that they're separated. He just thinks she's visiting her sister. I guess. I don't know.
Did Kevin always have a good report card?
His was better than Danny's. There was a couple of years there that he kind of, it just seemed that he didn't care anymore.
Kevin?
Yeah, but he never made failing grades.
Did Mr. Rowling treat Kevin? Did he give him the beatings for the report cards too?
If he got a bad grade, yes, but those were rare.
Okay.
Kevin ran away from home one time with one of his boyfriends up the street. I forgot about that. And it was report card day, but I think Kevin remembers it as something else, but it was report card day. And they got as far as that first overpass on I-20. And Kevin said, I don't know about you, but I'm going home. So that's how far he got.
And they came back home?
Yeah. Well, he spent the night in this kid had their family had a trailer, and that's where they spent the night. Kevin was afraid to come home.
You mentioned, I think, a beating that Mr. Rowling had given to Kevin that was so bad that he peed in his pants.
He did.
Is that the worst beating you ever saw either one of the boys get?
It's the worst one Kevin ever got.
Did Danny ever get a similar beating?
Excuse me. All the time. When James corrected Danny, it was always harsh.
And by harsh, you mean there was always a beating along with it?
There was always, well, you keep saying beating. It wasn't always a beating.
Okay.
It could be a push and a shove and do his head like I told y'all.
Is that where he grabbed it and rubbed his hair real fast?
Right, and a verbal put down. And that's the way actually most of it was. When he really did get after him, he got after him with a belt, and he left marks.
Where would he get them?
Wherever he could.
So most of them were not actually beatings, I've been calling. Most of them were the pushing, the shoving.
Well, he hurt them, though, because sometimes he put them up against the wall like this, and the marks of his fingers would be there. And he shook them a lot, and that sort of scared me, because I had read somewhere where if you shake a person too hard, it can do brain damage.
Okay.
But,
and he did that to both of the boys?
Yeah, he did that to
both. He
both.
did that on occasion to you, I think is what you told me.
He held me down. Yeah.
I don't think I have anything else. I have nothing else.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
very much. Sorry that we had to do this.
That's all right. You're welcome.
And we got you on time.
Speak up just a little bit. It's a large courtroom, and I think we might have a little difficulty hearing you if you don't project it. Okay?
My name is Lillian Magdalene Mills.
Okay.
Thank you.
And what is your address, ma'am?
900 Westgate Lane, Cordova Apartments, Bossier City, Louisiana.
Okay. Where is Bossier City in relationship to Shreveport, Louisiana?
Across the bridge.
And your trade or occupation, ma'am?
Right now, I'm a sitter.
What does that mean, a sitter?
I take care of sick people.
And how long have you been involved in that type of work?
Approximately 4 years. 3 to 4 years.
How long have you lived in the Bossier City, Shreveport area?
About 12 years.
Have you any other employment other than that as of a sitter?
I'm a producer. I'm a country and western singer. I'm an artist.
And
I
how long
write
have
songs. I publish songs.
How long have you been involved in the country western music business?
Ever since I can remember.
Do you know an individual by the name of Danny Harold Rowling?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And you see him here in the courtroom today, ma'am?
Yes, I do. He's over here.
Could you point him out, please, to us?
Yes, over here.
Your Honor, I ask that the record reflect that she has accurately identified the defendant, Danny Harold Rowling. Thank you, sir. How did you come to know Mr. Rowling?
One day his dad invited me over.
Okay. Can you put a time frame on this?
1988, I believe.
Okay. And how did you meet him again?
I had given his dad one of my country and western tapes, and Danny had saw my tape and listened to it. And of course, I didn't know Danny was going to be there at the time, but his dad called me on the phone and invited me over for dinner.
Had you known Mr. Rowling Sr. before this time?
I had saw him I had talked to him on the phone one time, and I saw him one time when I gave him my tape.
Okay. So apparently the father is inviting you over the house at this point?
Right, and he put his wife on the phone, and she did too, Claudia,
Okay.
Danny's mother.
And did you go over to the Rowling home?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What happened when you got over there?
They were very friendly, and like I say, I didn't know Danny was there, and I go bouncing through the back door, and hi everybody, how you doing? And all of a sudden, this good-looking guy comes out of the living room, and he says, "Oh my goodness, Mom," he said, "she's a beautiful woman," said, "I'm so glad you came here," or something to this effect. And he said, "I think I'm gonna lose my heart," or something like that. And I just walked over to him, and I patted him on his heart, and I said, "That's okay, honey, I take care of your heart." And it was just we were just friendly.
Okay.
They were friendly.
Anything else happened that evening?
Well, we ate dinner, and in the meantime, though, they had asked me to bring over my guitar. And after we ate, why, they asked me to play my guitar and sing. I did. And Danny says, "Oh," he says, "I love your guitar." He said, let me play it. And of course, I didn't know that he could play, and he played it, and he sang a couple of songs that he had written. And right away, I recognized that he had talent. He could write.
This is Bunny Lewis. Her real name is, or not Lewis, Mills. Lewis is Bobby. Bunny Mills. She was that singer-songwriter that had ties in the country music industry that his dad met, that brought home to meet Danny to try to help him get into the music business. Which strikes me as odd because he didn't like him, didn't think he would ever amount to anything, yet he's gonna try to help him get into the country music business. And I don't know why they're calling her to say he had a potential in country music. That just makes it look worse. That doesn't help. If he had a potential in country music, why didn't he use it? Why did he decide to kill 5 college students?
Well, he could sing well, and I'm always looking for songs, and I was interested in perhaps producing him one day and also publishing his songs.
Okay.
And helping him in the music all that I could.
Did you see him any other times after this evening?
Yes, I did. I called him back that night and told him I would like to get with him, and we would talk about our music.
Okay. Did he ever ask you to go out on a date with him?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And did you go out on dates with him?
Yes, I did.
Did you become involved in a relationship with Mr. Rowland?
We've been friends for a long time.
Okay. How long?
Up until last year.
Did he ever come over to your house?
Many times.
How would he act when he would come over to your house?
Danny was very nervous
Okay.
all the time.
Can you describe this nervousness to us?
Yeah, we're on defense now.
It's like he had, I would say it was acute anxieties.
Okay. How would he display this anxiety?
He would smother, and he'd want to go all the time.
What do you mean by smother?
Well, it's like he would, it was hard for him to catch his breath. He was nervous. I guess that's the only way I know how to describe it.
Did he display this anxiety or nervousness in any physical way?
Yes, he would go to the door and open the front door, or he would raise the windows and he'd say, I have to have some air.
Was this something that would occur quite frequently when he would be at your house?
Many times.
Did you involve yourself in any discussions with Mr. Rowling about his life?
Many times.
He ever talked to you about his father?
All the time.
What would he say about his father?
He would tell me that he could not get along with his father, and Danny was a very humble person, and he would cry, and he would tell me that he couldn't get along with his dad, and he wished that he could, but he couldn't.
Okay. When you said that he would cry, would he cry when he would talk about his father?
Yes.
Was there ever a time when he would be talking about his father to you when he would not be crying?
Would you say that again?
Were there times when he was at your house talking to you about the relationship he had with his father when he was not crying?
Very seldom. He always, when he would talk about his father, he usually would cry, yes. He would be very
When he was crying, can you describe how he would be doing it and what was going on with him at the time he would be crying?
He would tell me how his heart would hurt. It was almost like you could crawl inside of him yourself and feel the pain that he was feeling.
About how old was Danny at this time?
35, 36, 37.
Did he describe any incidences that he particularly remembered that were difficult between he and his father?
I'm not an attorney, so I don't know if this would be an appropriate question, but if I was a state's attorney, in my closing argument, I would want to ask, does anything... No, let me reword that. Does killing 5 people do anything to fix what happened to him in his childhood? No, absolutely not. I don't understand why any of this matters. How does any of this explain someone becoming a serial killer? It absolutely does not. I will never, ever understand, because there are so many people in the world that had a childhood just like this that didn't end up serial killers. I just don't get it.
Yes, he did.
Do you remember what they would be that he told you?
He told me that one time when he was about 16, 17, he and his girlfriend at school had a fight, and he came home, but that he didn't know his father was going to be there, and his father came in, threw him down on the floor, and put him into some type of retention center. And his father had called someone else to come and get him, more police. He handcuffed him, and Danny said that was the most devastating part of his life, and it seemed like his whole life just turned from then on. He couldn't seem to keep his feet on the ground after that.
How long did he stay in this detention facility?
I think it was about 2 weeks, and nobody came to see him. He said he was just devastated because his mom or dad didn't come to see him.
Did Danny drive?
Yeah, Danny drove.
Did he ever talk to you about how he learned how to drive?
He said his dad taught him how to drive.
Did you recall whether or not that was a pleasant or unpleasant experience?
Yes, he told me if he couldn't please his dad would always fuss at him. And one time, he told me about something happened while they were out driving, and when he came in, he was so scared of his dad that he wet his pants.
Ever talk about any incidents between he, his father, and did you know at any time whether or not he had been married?
Yes, he told me he got married to a girl named Martha.
Did he ever talk to you about incidents involving that marriage?
One particular one, he told me that he was at his apartment, and his dad came over one day and jerked the covers off of him, and he was terribly embarrassed because his mother was there, and held a knife to his throat. And I never did know Danny never related anything else after that. I don't know why his dad did that.
But this was an account given to you by Mr. Rowling, correct?
Excuse me?
This was an account given to you by Mr. Rowling?
By Danny, about his mother, or the father. And he was embarrassed with his mother being there, but his mother, she said she didn't see him naked.
At any time in the course that you knew Mr. Rowling back in 1988, in that period of time, did you ever talk with him or discuss with him about seeking mental health counseling?
Yes, I did.
First of all, why did you bring up the subject?
Because Danny was so disturbed.
What do you mean by disturbed?
When he would come to my house, he sometimes would get on his knees like a little child and tell me that things were so bad at home he couldn't live there. And I'd say, Danny, but you can't break your parole. You have to live there. So if you go see a psychiatrist, maybe this will end some of your anxieties or whatever this thing is with you, and you'll get well.
Did you make any attempts with Mr. Rowling to get him to see mental health counseling?
Yes, I did.
Okay, can you please explain what efforts you used to work
That was
with
some
Mr. Rowling?
kind of an effort. I begged Danny to go. I don't remember who made the appointment, myself or Claudia, but I begged him to go, and he says, I'm not going. If I go and my dad finds out what I've said, he'll kill me. And I said, but Danny, the psychiatrist is not supposed to reveal what you say to them. And I said, it may come to where that you have to have the family there with you. I said, if you can get that far along in your therapy, that would be great. And he says, no. He said, my dad would never go. And I said, well, we'll just go to your dad and find out. And he said, I'm not going because if my dad finds out that I've talked about him, and then he went through this several times. He'd say, oh God, I don't want to say nothing else about my dad. Let's go, or whatever. And his attention span, you know. And then he would go on, and I'd say, well, Danny, we've made the appointment, and you're going to go. We're going to go over to your house right now, and we're going to talk to your mom and dad. So we went to his house, and we talked to his mother and dad. I said to them, I have talked Danny into going to see the psychiatrist or the Shreveport Mental Health Clinic. Of course, I thought it would be a psychiatrist. It was I think she was a psychiatric social worker. Anyway, she worked in that field. And so I said to James, I said, if it comes...
James would be...
Danny's dad. I said, if it comes to the point where Danny does go into this therapy, and will you support him? I said, if you have to go, would you go? And he said, yes, I would. He said, maybe it's me that needs to go. And I said, well, I don't know about that, but I said, I'm going to take Danny. And Claudia said right immediately, that's Danny's mother, that she would support Danny all the way. So I said to Danny, okay, Danny, there you are, so we're going. So then Danny, he said yes, and then he said no. I chased him all the way around the apartment building, him a-running and me behind him, and I'm screaming, Danny, you have to go to the psychiatrist. You have to get well.
What would he say when you were chasing him?
He'd say no, that he was afraid of what his dad would do to him if he found out he talked about him in therapy.
How many times did you run around your apartment complex chasing Mr. Rowling?
About 4.
Did you eventually get Mr. Rowling down to the Shreveport Mental Health Center?
Oh, yes. I went with him. I took him. Mm-hmm.
So you were successful in catching him?
Yes, I did.
What happened when you got down there?
He saw this lady. I don't know what her name was. I did at the time, but I never did find out later who she was. And I believe they talked for about an hour or so. And somehow or other, the appointments got messed up. Danny was supposed to call her back, or she was to call Danny back or something. And then after that, Danny says, I'm not going to this woman. And I said, Danny, if she's not suitable for you, then they can find you another one. You don't have to stick with the one that they assigned you to, and or something to that nature. And then somehow or other that appointment got all fouled up to where he didn't go back there. And another time, I took him to LSU Hospital, which is, I don't like to use the word charity, but I think that might be what it is, a charity hospital. It's where everybody goes that don't have money, I guess.
And how soon after the LSU Medical Center did you take him over to the charity hospital facility? What would be the time gap between the two? Can you recall?
At this minute, I don't recall.
Would it have been weeks, days, a month?
It wasn't a long time. That's all I can tell you. It wasn't a long time after that.
What happened when, at the charity hospital mental health facility?
Well, when you go there and sign in at 8 o'clock in the morning, you have to sit and wait your turn, and that's forever. And of course, Danny, he's taking on these smothering spells, and he's walking the floor and pacing the floor, and I'm thinking, how in the world am I going to keep him here long enough for this appointment? And we went across the street to eat tacos. And
I wonder if she's talking about panic attacks. I've never heard of anyone having smothering spells before. So I'm thinking panic attacks? Because you do feel like you can't breathe when you have a panic attack. Usually panic attacks, though, there's a triggering event. It's not like you're just sitting there thinking about how horrible your life is and then you just have a panic attack. I've never in my life heard of a smothering attack where you just all of a sudden feel like you need air.
And came back in, and Danny says, there's no need for me to stay here. I can't talk to these people, because when I talk to them and my dad finds this out, then my dad is going to kill me. And I'd say, no, Danny, your dad's not going to kill you just because you saw the doctor. And so anyway, I did persuade him to stay. But about 15 minutes before it was time, I just knew I wasn't going to be successful. But I did persuade him to stay. And when he went in to see this person, I don't know whether it was a man or a woman, I forgot. And when he came back out, he says, they say they can't do anything for me, that I have to go back to the mental health clinic, and that's the same place where we'd started out to begin with.
Okay. How long did you stay at the charity hospital facility?
About 5, 6, 7 hours. It was most of the day.
I don't think I have any more questions. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Hello, Ms. Mills.
Hi, how are you?
How are you? Files up here. I don't know if you need this.
I don't know what to think about that, because I know, from what I know of abusers, they tell people, outsiders, because this woman's an outsider, they tell them what they want to hear. They do things to keep up a good image. So maybe it was like, oh yeah, sure, let him go to therapy, and then if they want me to go, I'll go. But yet Danny still knew in the back of his mind, well, if he goes to therapy and hears everything I've been saying, he's gonna kill me. So that's one possibility. Second possibility is maybe Dad is telling the truth, that he does want Danny to get help, and he's not gonna get mad no matter what Danny says about anything. But Danny still thinks in the back of his mind, because he's been indoctrinated his whole life, that his dad gets mad if you talk about anything he does. So maybe even though Dad is on board with this, Danny still thinks Dad's gonna kill me. So either way, Danny's afraid to get therapy. So I can see it from both sides. Either Dad was just acting like he was cool with it, or even if Dad was cool with it, either way, Danny was still afraid that his dad was going to kill him. So I get him being afraid of going to therapy. But he's a grown man now. He realizes he needs help. So he should have manned up and gone to therapy. But he should have manned up a long time ago, before he got to that point.
Now, Ms. Mills, I understand through our meeting and deposition and also here today that you first met Danny Harold Rowling through his father, James Harold Rowling. Is that correct?
That's true.
And you say today that you were invited to their home in 1988?
I think that was the year 88, yes.
From your deposition, I think it was August of 88. Does that sound
Somewhere
right
in that
to you?
vicinity, August, September, during that time, somewhere in that time.
And Danny Harold Rowling was about 37 years of age at that time.
Now, I think Danny was about 35 or 36 at that time.
Now, he was living at home with his mom and dad?
Yes, ma'am.
Kevin was not living at home. That's Danny's brother, correct?
No, he wasn't.
Danny was not working when you first met him. Is that correct?
I don't think so.
He had moved into his parents' home after having returned from prison, I believe, in Mississippi.
Right.
And he told you about that prison experience, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He told you he'd been in prison and that he was out on parole.
Right.
And he also told you that he didn't want to go back to prison.
Constantly. And that he would never go back to prison.
He also told you that he knew that he had to maintain employment and follow the law and be law-abiding to avoid going back to prison, correct?
Yes, he was afraid of going back to prison, yes.
He knew the difference between right and wrong.
I would think so.
Now, Mr. Rowling, Danny's father, was the one who invited you over to the house so that you could be introduced to Danny and talk about music.
Well, I assume that was the reason. I don't know what Danny's purpose was to meet me, but he wanted to meet me, so I'm going to assume he wanted to meet me for the music.
Now, if I remember correctly, you and James Harold had had a conversation before, and you had given James Harold a tape and talked about the fact that you had been licensed to publish certain music. You have an ASCAP, and I think there's some other licenses you have or connections.
BMI and CSAC, that's a licensed organization that controls the music industry. Royalties.
And, Mr. Rowling, Danny's father, was aware of your connections in the music industry, and in fact, during the dinner conversation the night you were over with your guitar, there was some talk between you, James Harold Rowling, and Danny Rowling about protecting Danny's music rights.
That did happen, but I'm not for sure that it was that same night. You know, we talked about it, yes.
Because in the music industry, if you don't copyright or protect your songs, somebody might hear them and they can be integrated into someone else's music and you could lose your rights, correct?
That's what they say. Mm-hmm.
Now, since Danny has been incarcerated here in Florida, you have contacted him about publishing his music, have you not?
Yeah, I did. Yes, ma'am.
And you told him you would send him a contract to publish his music?
Yes, I did. And I did.
And that has not worked out between you and Danny?
I've only heard from Danny, I think, a couple of times since then.
Now, you indicated to Mr. Kearns that you and Danny were good friends. Your relationship with Danny Harold Rowling was far closer than being good friends, wasn't it, Ms. Mills?
We dated.
Well, did you not have a sexual relationship with Danny Harold Rowling during the time period in 1988 until sometime in 1989?
I feel like that's my personal life.
Well, answer the question, did you or did you not?
Ms. Mills?
That's
Instructed
a
to answer
yes.
that. The jury has a right to know your relationship.
Yes.
That's a yes. When you say that's my personal
And you also,
life, that's a yes.
after meeting Claudia Rowling, became close with Mrs. Rowling. This is James Harrell's mother.
Yes, I did.
You consider her to be a friend? Do you now consider her to be a friend?
I assume she's my friend.
Now, during the time that you were having a relationship with Danny Harrell Rowling, the two of you were dating, didn't Mrs. Rowling call you up and advise you when she felt that Danny needed some support?
Many times.
And wasn't it as a result of Claudia calling you about problems at home that you and Claudia and James Harrell and Danny discussed going to see a mental health counselor?
Would you say that again?
Well, wasn't it a result of you having communications with the entire family that there was a discussion, and you testified to it on direct, where you talked to Claudia about going to counseling and you talked to James Harrell?
Oh, yes, I did. Yeah.
And the whole family had agreed that they would go to counseling because of the problems of adjustment that Danny was having after coming back from prison.
All but Kevin. I didn't talk to Kevin about
Right,
it.
Kevin wasn't home. We're talking about the family that was living in the Rowling home. Now, I know you're not good with dates, and I think you said that on direct, but we do have some records of the medical, the counseling centers, and the first record shows that he was brought to the Louisiana State University Medical Center back in November, pardon me, the first record shows that he was seen on March 10th, 1989. Would that sound right to you, that first counseling session that you described?
I honestly do not remember the months or the dates when I took him there.
When the forms were filled out for that, it was written that this was a family referral, that his people, they wrote here, were concerned that he might need help. Is that basically how he came in to see the mental health counselor at that time?
I begged him to go, but I can't remember whether I made the appointment or whether Claudia made the appointment.
Well, according to the records, Danny Rowling told the counselor at Mental Health Services that he wasn't certain whether he needed treatment. Didn't he tell you that?
No, he told me he was afraid that if he got treatment that his dad would kill him if his dad found out what he told the psychiatrist.
He didn't tell you that he consented to go into mental health to have someone, quote, pick his brain? He was only coming to satisfy?
He told me that. He didn't want somebody to pick his brain, but it's also more about his dad, yes.
Didn't he also tell you he was coming to satisfy the concerns of his mother and his girlfriend?
I don't remember that.
Wasn't his behavior inappropriately hostile and sarcastic when he was at the mental health center?
Not in front of me.
Do you recall whether or not he denied any problems when he was there?
Well, see, I didn't go inside. I don't know what he and the social worker, doctor, or whatever she was, I didn't go inside with him. I just went into the lobby part.
And what they did, Ms. Mills, was they suggested to Danny that he could go to the VA for counseling if he could not afford treatment.
I don't remember that.
The witness has already stated she was not present when there was a discussion between the mental health counselor and Ms. Rowling.
Do you recall whether you heard that conversation?
No, I don't know anything about that. If
you did hear from Danny that he couldn't continue there because he didn't have money, right? You heard that part.
Excuse me?
You heard Danny say, I can't continue to go there because I don't have money to go there. You heard that part.
I don't think it costs any money to go to the Shreveport Mental Health, and I don't think it costs any money to go to the LSU, but I don't know what their rules and regulations was at LSU that they could not see him and wanted him to go back to the Shreveport Mental Health. All I know is what Danny said when he came out from the doctor at LSU, and Danny says, well, they won't see me here. I've got to go to back to the Shreveport Mental Health, and I'm not going.
Now, you had said on direct examination that when you first met Danny, he was very, quote, nervous. He had acute anxieties. It was hard for him to catch his breath, and he wanted to go all the time. Was he constantly up and down and agitated, moving his hands and body and that kind of thing? Is that what you mean by very nervous?
He would walk to the windows, and it was like he would, like that, like he was trying to get his breath, and he couldn't be still. His attention span was very short. If you had something to say to Danny, you better say it and get it over with, or you're not going to get the whole conversation out.
So he couldn't sit still, and he really couldn't pay attention for long periods of time.
Not for a long period of times, but he and I had lots of talks. Danny would tell me a lot of things, but when I would talk back to him, his attention span was very short.
Didn't he tell you when he talked to you about his father that he let his dad down? Didn't he tell you that?
He told me...
Disappointed his father?
He told me that his father thought he had disappointed him, or something to this effect. I can't remember all of these.
He didn't tell you that he had disappointed his father by going to prison on 2 separate occasions for committing robberies? He didn't tell you that that was a disappointment to his father?
I don't think it was put like that. I don't remember all of that.
He didn't tell you when he was crying that it was an embarrassment to his father, a law enforcement officer, that he'd gone to prison?
Now, he may have told me that part. I remember that part. I don't remember that other part.
Now, he told you about an incident when he was about 15 or 16 years old, or when he was a teenager, where his dad had him taken to the juvenile center, right?
True.
Testified that on direct. Now, did he tell you that at that time he was almost full grown? He was 6'2" and weighed between 180 and 200 pounds?
No, I didn't know Danny's size when he was 16.
Maybe you can tell the jury how big James Harold Rowling is.
At this time?
Is he 6'2"?
I don't think so.
How about Claudia Rowling? Is she 6'2"?
I don't think so.
Did Danny tell you that he was drunk when he came home that day?
No, he didn't.
Did he tell you he had been expelled from school that day?
Objection, Your Honor, on that one. There's been no evidence. In fact, not an issue.
I'm going to look at something, give Ms. Singer some latitude on this one.
Did he tell you he'd
Well, what
been
did you
expelled
say?
from school? Did Danny Harold Rowling, when he was telling you the story about how he got locked up in the juvenile detention center, did he tell you that he had been expelled from school that
No,
day?
he did not. He told me he had a fight with his girlfriend. He threw his musical instrument through the window.
And he didn't tell you he'd been drunk?
No.
And he didn't tell you that he told his parents that he was going to run away and they wouldn't be able to find him?
No, he didn't tell me that.
Did he tell you that when the law enforcement officers came, that when they were attempting to take him from the residence, that he tried to run away? And that they had to subdue him?
No. He told me just like I told you a while ago.
All right. Now, Danny and his mom had a very close relationship, did they not?
They did.
And you saw a lot of love between the two of them, did you not?
Right.
His mother exhibited a lot of love to him, did she not?
Right.
She protected him, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
And where there might not have been a lot of affection between he and his father, you saw affection between Danny Harold Rowling and his mother.
Right.
I can't quite remember, Miss Mills, but at your birthday party that I believe Danny threw for you and where you met Claudia's sisters, didn't Danny even show affection for those, his aunts, by hugging them and playing music for them? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Now, the incident with Ometha, this would be Danny's wife. He described an incident to you. I'm not sure I heard you correctly, and that's why I have to ask this question. Did you say that you spoke to his mother about what happened, that particular incident?
You're talking about the time that...
When his dad came to rouse him to bed.
Yeah, she told me about it also, but nobody's ever told me why that the father went there. Nobody's ever told me why. All I know is that James supposedly went in and pulled the covers off of Danny, and Danny was in the bed with no clothes on, and James held a knife to Danny's throat. And Claudia told me that same incident. Danny told me that same incident, but neither one of them told me why.
Did Claudia tell you that she did not see Danny?
Yes, she told me. No, she said she did not see him naked.
Okay. How about, did either of them tell you that Danny was supposed to go to work that day and James was over there to try to get him to go to work that day?
No, neither told me that.
Let's go back to the discussion you had with James and Claudia and Danny about going to counseling. Was your testimony on direct that even James, the father, said, maybe it's me that needs to go?
James said that.
And both James and Claudia said that they would support Danny. If he needed counseling, they would go.
Yes, they did, but neither one of them really believed that Danny would go.
And you told both James Harold Rowling and Claudia that the whole family may have needed to be worked with to try to work out their problems.
Yes, I did. I tried to help, and I tried to help the whole family. I tried to help Danny.
Now, the second time you took Danny to counseling, according to the records, was in November of 1989. And would that fit? The first time was in March of 1989, and then you do try a second time about November of 1989?
What happened in 89?
Well, the first time you went to counseling, where you took him that you described
the Shreveport Mental
was in
Health.
March of 89.
Okay.
The second time, according to the records, is in November of 1989.
I didn't remember it being that much time span.
You don't remember it happening on November 14th, 89, which is your birthday, I believe.
Well, that was my birthday, but is that the day I took him to the LSU hospital?
That's what the record reflects here.
Well, I don't remember that.
All right, you don't remember that particular day?
I don't remember taking him on my birthday, no.
Okay. According to the record, it says client is depressed over loss of job 2 months ago and problems with relationship with girlfriend. Client is agreeable to counseling and his mood was good. Does that sound right to you?
Objection. Once again, I believe the witness testified that she was not a party to the conversations or the reports you remember.
Well, she hasn't been asked about this situation, and there's no proper predicate. I agree with that. You can ask her if she's privy to that.
Were you privy to that conversation?
Well, you're going to have to ask me again. This is confusing.
Were you there when the initial contact was made, where Danny reported that he was depressed over loss of a job 2 months ago and problems with relationship with his girlfriend, that he was agreeable to counseling and his mood was good?
Danny came to me every time he got depressed. Though he and I the relationship was back and forth. And I didn't know when Danny was coming to my house and when he wasn't coming to my house. He would come to my house constantly and confide in me. And I don't know, I'm not for sure of what was going on at the time that I took him to LSU. All I know is I took him.
Now, while you were dating and having a relationship with Danny Rowling, you never saw him intoxicated or under the influence of drugs, did you?
I never saw him what?
Intoxicated or under the influence?
No, I did not.
And you were aware that he had been very active in the Pentecostal church?
Yes. I even told him one time that I would give up my country music and we'd go sing in the gospel music if he wanted to go.
He could quote scripture?
Yes, he could.
And isn't it true that he had very firm beliefs in the devil, Lucifer, and Jesus, and the conflict between the good angels and the bad angels?
Well, he never talked to me about good angels and bad angels and Lucifer and the devil and this type of thing.
You never talked to him about that?
No. We talked about religion, yes, and the Bible, and but we never separated anything, angels or devils or nothing like this, no.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Carnes?
No questions, sir.
Clerk, to be excused? Yes, sir. Thank you, Ms. Mills. You're excused. You may step down.
Thank you, sir. Would you state your name, please?
My name is Arthur Carlisle.
And where do you live, Mr. Carlisle?
I live in Ocean Springs, Mississippi.
And your trade or occupation, sir?
I am an attorney.
How long have you been so employed as an attorney?
Since 1986.
Do you recall where you were working in 1985?
In 1985, I was working for the law firm of Kirksey and DeLauder in Jackson, Mississippi.
This is his defense attorney from Mississippi, Arthur Carlisle.
Mississippi.
In 1985, while working for that law firm, did you have an opportunity to have any contact with a person later to be known to you as Danny Harold Rowling?
Yes, I did.
First of all, do you see Mr. Rowling here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do. He's sitting at the defense table.
Ask that the record reflect that Mr. Carlisle has accurately described the defendant, Danny Harold Rowling.
So,
Thank you, sir. Can you explain how you had contact or what brought you into contact with Mr. Rowling?
At that time, I had finished law school but had not yet taken the bar or had not passed the bar. Therefore, I was a clerk for the firm of Kirksey and DeLauder. One of my duties was Kirksey and DeLauder accepted or took court-appointed cases for indigent defendants, and one of my jobs was to interview the new clients as they were appointed to the office of Kirksey and DeLauder.
And is that how you first met Mr. Rowling?
Okay, my bad. Not an attorney. I misunderstood. Close enough.
That's how I came in contact with Mr. Rowling.
Where was this? Was this in Jackson itself?
This was in Jackson, Mississippi, Hinds County, at the Hinds County Detention Center.
How much contact would you have with Mr. Rowling in the course of the law firm's representation of Mr. Rowling? How frequently would you see him?
I saw Mr. Rowling quite frequently. It varied, but 2 to 3 times a week would not be unusual.
In the course of your assisting in the representation of Mr. Rowling, did you ever discuss with him his family background?
Yes, I did.
Did he ever discuss with you his relationship with members of his family?
Yes, he did.
Did he ever discuss with you the relationship he had with his father?
He sure did.
What did he tell you about the relationship he had with his father?
He told me that it was a very strained relationship, that it was a very bad relationship. He told me that from an early age, he had been severely abused by his father, both physically and verbally.
Did you at any time try to make contact or attempt to make contact with members of Mr. Rowling's family?
Yes, I did. After I had interviewed Danny with the initial interview and got the basic facts on where he was from and about his family, I asked him if he wanted me to contact his family to inform him of his whereabouts. He told me that he did. So
Is this something that's unusual for you to do as an attorney working with someone?
I do that in just about every case, especially where my client asks me to do so, and that is not unusual. That's a common practice.
And did you make contact with any members of Mr. Rolling's family?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Who did you make contact with?
Well, initially, I ended up making contact with both his father and his mother. The initial phone call that I made to Shreveport, Louisiana, or Bossier City, the person who answered the phone was his father.
Did this person identify himself as such?
Yes, he did. Somewhere in the course of the conversation, he did identify himself as James Rowland.
What did you do upon making contact with Mr. Rowland, Sr.?
When I contacted Mr. Rowland, I informed him who I was, which is customary. Told him that I worked in the office of Kirkston DeLauder and that I was calling him in regard to his son, Danny. And that, I was calling first about to inform him of his predicament. And secondly, that I was calling him to see whether or not he would assist Danny, particularly to see if he'd send Danny any money for cigarettes and just the basic necessities which he had at that time.
Okay. Did the father respond to your conversation with him or your inquiries?
Yes, he did.
How did he respond?
He responded in a very volatile manner. He proceeded to cuss me out, every name in the book. Told me not to ever call his house again concerning his son, the SOB, and then he proceeded to lash out on Danny, calling him every name in the book, and he went so far as to threaten me were I ever to call his house again.
I assume that in the course of your representation that people have gotten upset with you before?
Sure.
Parents, family members get upset?
Sure have.
Anyone ever talk to you like that in your years as an attorney?
Nowhere near. Never have I experienced that, even from parties on opposite sides of litigation. Have I ever experienced the treatment that I received from Mr. Rowling on that day.
How long did this last, this conversation with him?
Well, I guess I'm kind of hard-headed. I kept trying to talk to Mr. Rowland. I thought that I could probably calm him down, that probably he was just initially shook up. So I kept trying to talk to him, and it just kept getting worse. I would say the conversation must have lasted 10 to 15 minutes at least. I never made any headway, though.
Did you hang up, or did he hang up, or was it a mutual agreement just to discontinue the conversation?
I believe, and this was in 1985, and it's been a long time, and there was no notes to review, but I believe I finally hung the phone up because there was no need to keep talking to him.
Did you ever try to re-establish contact with Mr. Rowling's family?
Yes, I did. I went back and saw Danny and told him what had happened. He said, well, I told you that was going to happen. That's how my daddy is. I said, well, we need to get word to your family. You need help. He said, well, you've got to call, and the only person you can talk to is my mother, that she will help me. And I'm not sure. I know I called several times, and I think eventually I got his mother on the phone. After talking to her during one of our conversations, she and I decided that I would only call at a particular time. I don't recall exactly what that time was. It seems to me it was early in the afternoon, right?
Why was there some sort of discussion between you and Mrs. Rowling about calling at only certain times?
It was at a time that her husband would not be home. She was fearful that if Mr. Rowland Sr. knew that I was talking to her, or maybe that she was talking to me, that she might be the recipient of abuse from Mr. Rowling for talking to me in regards to her son, Danny.
Did you ever discuss with Miss Rowling or try to confirm accounts given to you by Danny Rowling about the conduct of the father?
Yes, I did.
Was there any discrepancies between your attempts to confirm information with Miss Rowling as opposed to Danny?
I wouldn't say there was discrepancy. She just made me aware that it was worse than what Danny was actually telling me. She definitely verified the abuse from a very young age by her husband on her son. And she just told me some of the things, the beatings, the verbal abuse, the put-downs. The reason for these questions was I was trying to help Danny, and I need to know all about his background, so we got into his background, and she described a very horrible situation.
I don't think I have any further questions. Thank you, Sir Cross.
Mr. Carlisle, currently you are the public defender in a particular county in Mississippi. Is that true?
No, sir.
You're not anymore?
But I'll explain. The last time you and I spoke, I was.
That was December of last year.
December of last year, and as you're aware, I went through some pretty serious back surgery, which is not healed, and therefore I was forced to resign that position due to my health.
Okay. And you were a public defender for a period of time there in Mississippi. Is that not true?
I worked in the Jackson County Public Defender Office from November of 1991 to January of this year.
Okay. And prior to that time that you had worked as a criminal defense attorney and represented numerous people who were charged with death penalty offenses. Is that not correct?
Yes, I have.
Now, at the time, though, that you had contact with Mr. Rowling, who's here in court, you were not an attorney, but a law clerk waiting to become an attorney. Is that true?
That's correct.
And in fact, the lawyer, I believe, Mr. Kirksey, was the one that actually represented Mr. Rowling. He was the one the court, he was the lawyer that the court...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
He was the lawyer that the court appointed to represent Danny Rowling.
That is correct.
And you would go down to the jail and talk with the various clients.
I would, and I went to talk with Danny, and with Danny, that case in particular, Mr. Kirksey was the attorney of record, but I did everything except appear in court for Danny. I did the dealings or negotiations with the district attorney's office, which is like the state attorney's office here in Florida. Okay. I dealt with the assistant state attorney. I did everything but appear the final time in court with Mr. Rawlings.
Now, you never personally, in person, met either his mother, Claudia Rowling, nor his father, James Harold Rowling?
Not that I recall, no, sir, Mr. Nyland.
And at the time, and finally, that the case, Mr. Rowling entered a plea and he was sentenced, neither one of his family members came to that sentencing. Is that right?
Not that I was aware of, they did not.
Or they didn't come up to you and identify themselves?
No, sir, they did not.
And you have no reason to believe that they were present in court?
No, I do not.
And that is the one and only conversation that you had with Mr. James Harold Rowling?
Yeah, due to what he told me. No, really, I had a couple of more, but when he'd answer the phone, I would not tell him who I was because I didn't feel like being abused again. But
okay, but those you wouldn't consider those conversations, would you?
Brief ones.
Okay. This conversation that you had described for Mr. Kearns, was that fairly early in the representation? You were trying to let the family members know that Danny was now in jail?
That would have been early in my dealings with Mr. Rowland.
Okay. And at the time, did you have a lot of background information about his family background? I know you have described some over the course. This was a pretty long representation. 6 or 7 months, was it not?
Yes, it was.
And so you had a lot of conversations that you're describing for the jury over this 6 or 7 month period.
With whom?
Danny Rowling?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Now, at the time you make the phone call that you described about James Harold Rowling, his dad, that was fairly early in the representation, was it not?
Yes, sir.
So that you did not have a lot of the information that you later gathered. Is that not true?
I don't think that's accurate. When I spoke with Danny initially, I did an initial interview with him, which lasted several hours.
Okay.
And I probably had one or two more conversations before I called his family. He was reluctant at first to let the family know where he was. He didn't want to hurt his family anymore.
Okay.
So he was reluctant. But
I guess I misunderstood that point.
I'm still answering.
Okay, go ahead.
When I spoke with Mr. Rowland, I was aware of his background, of the abusive father, and I just thought I could talk to the man. Danny had told me, if you get my dad, don't just hang up, don't talk to him. I thought I could talk to him, but Danny proved to be right.
I guess I misunderstood you. I thought early in the direct examination, you called because Danny asked you to call and let his parents know where he was.
That is correct, but I'm telling you, the first interview, Danny said, don't call my family. As he sat there and didn't have money for cigarettes, I said, finally we agreed to call the family. The first time he said no, but then he did have me to call the family.
Okay, and that was fairly soon in the representation because you were visiting him pretty regularly, were you not?
Yes, sir, that was fairly soon. It might have been within, I think, 2 weeks.
Okay, were you aware at that time that Mr. Rowling, his father, was a former police officer from the city of Shreveport?
Yes, sir, I was.
And were you aware that this was, in fact, the third armed robbery arrest and would be, if he had been convicted, the third armed robbery conviction for Danny Rowling?
I was aware that he had been previously convicted.
So at the time that you called his father, you in fact knew those details?
Yes, sir.
Now, prior to the call that you made to his father was not aware, to your knowledge, that Danny Rowling was in jail, was he?
No, sir.
And if the 3 strikes law had been in effect, 5 people would still be alive.
I do not believe it was. That was one of the purposes of my call, was to inform him of his son's whereabouts.
Okay, so he, for all intents and purposes, was finding out that his son was arrested for the third armed robbery. Is that not true?
If he knew of the previous 2, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in addition to some of the anger that you spoke out of, didn't Mr. Rowling express some frustration to you by telling you, I've helped him, all I'm going to help him? You remember that statement being made to you?
Something to that effect. He did say, I'm not going to help my son anymore, something like that. Yeah, he sure didn't want to help his son at all.
Had you done enough background information to determine his father had tried to help him in Georgia and Alabama as well? Were you aware of that when you called the house?
Mr. Nyland, I don't know whether I was aware of that or not. I'd say no now. I mean, I may have been, but at this time I don't recall that.
So it's your best recollection today that you probably were not aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Have just a moment, please, Ron.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
No questions, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Harry Kropp.
And your further occupation, sir?
I'm a clinical psychologist licensed in the state of Florida.
And how long have you been a clinical psychologist, sir?
I've been licensed since 1971.
And what state are you licensed in?
Florida.
Could you please give to the jury your educational background, sir?
I received my bachelor's degree from psychology in Temple University in 1964, then a master's of science degree from the University of Miami in clinical psychology in 1967, and a PhD in clinical psychology in 1971, also from the University of Miami. I did a pre-doctoral internship at Connecticut Valley Hospital. That was 1 year in 1969 in Middletown, Connecticut, and then I did a postdoctoral internship at the VA Medical Center in 1970, and that was primarily in the area of neuropsychology.
In your education background, did you have any areas of specialization?
Primarily clinical psychology. You really don't specialize until after you get into your internships. I would say that my primary specialty areas, at least at that time, was in child psychology.
Could you please give us a little bit about your background history as it pertains to clinical psychology?
Your Honor, if counsel would simply state what he wants to be an expert in, we're familiar with Dr. Croft's testimony. I suspect we can dispense with most of this.
Yep, expert witness, and he's a neuropsychologist. I wonder if he'll be at Sarah Boone's trial. Although, I don't know, he looks kind of old. He's got gray hair. This was 30 years ago.
Your Honor, I suspect it would be necessary to, for the benefit of the jury, to have Dr. Croft explain his background and credentials to the jury, and I believe that it is the right of any attorney when presenting witness to have the material put forward to the jury.
Dr. Croft, you can answer.
I took my first job after I did my internship at South Florida State Hospital. I was the acting director of psychology of the Children's Unit at South Florida State Hospital for a year. And then after completing the one-year internship at the VA Medical Center, I stayed on as a staff psychologist. I was hired at the VA here in Gainesville and stayed on at the VA from 1971 officially until 1987 when I became a consultant. I'm still a consultant at the VA. And while I was at the VA, in addition to my regular staff psychologist duties, my primary responsibility was working in the area of the sexual disorders at the sexual dysfunction clinic at the VA. In 1974 or 75, I went part-time at the VA and started my private practice.
Okay, I just got a notification. Donna Adelson wants her case dismissed because she says a 9-year delay is fundamentally unfair. There's no statute of limitations on murder, woman. I mean, technically, it was murder for hire, but still. I'm gonna have to watch that when I get done streaming. It's on Lawyer You Know's channel. She tried to flee the country. She tried to flee. I can't even talk. She tried to flee the country. I think if that's not consciousness of guilt, I don't know what is.
Which is called Community Behavioral Services. This is a practice in Gainesville, which is basically my home office, and I also have an office in Orange Park, Florida, which is near Jacksonville. In that practice, there are 3 licensed psychologists that work with me in Gainesville and 5 or 6 other licensed mental health professionals that work with me in my Orange Park office.
Belong to any professional society, sir?
I belong to the American Psychological Society, the American Psychology Law Society, which is one of the divisions within the American Psychological Association, the Society for the Scientific Study of Sex. I'm a member, and as well as I've been certified by the American Association of Sex Educators, Counselors, and Therapists. I'm the past president of the Mental Health Association of Alachua County. I'm also a member of the American Academy of Family Mediators, the American Professional Society on the Abuse of Children, and the Association for the Behavioral Treatment of Sexual Abuse.
Do you do any treatment as well? Do you do any research as well?
I do research primarily at this point in time in the area of sexual offending and sexual abuse. I would say throughout my career, particularly when I was at the VA hospital and received funding to do research, I probably did more research at that point in time in my career. But overall, I have published approximately 50 articles in various publications, professional psychological publications, and have some chapters in various edited books in psychology and sexuality.
Do you do any particular type of work with children?
In 1977, my practice started the first child sexual abuse treatment program in the state of Florida. That was in conjunction.
He is still practicing in Gainesville, and he is accepting new patients. He's a clinical psychologist in Gainesville, Florida. His office accepts new patients. It's on 12th Avenue, Suite B. So, I guess he's not that old. I think he's prematurely gray. The picture, he's lost some weight. Yeah, Sarah is asking for way more for an export. I can't talk today. Sarah is asking for much more money for an expert than the JAC is willing to pay. She's not going to get she may get one, but she's not going to get one at the price she's asking for.
With a program associated with the state attorney's office in Jacksonville, their family violence unit, as well as funding that we received from HRS, we were able to start the first comprehensive sexual abuse treatment program. Prior to that, I had been already working and publishing in the area of sexual offending, and we were involved in the treatment of sexual offenders. But in '77, when we received the grant, we were also able to expand our treatment program to specifically include sexual abuse victims, the mothers of the sexual abuse victims, and the family members who were generally the alleged perpetrators in those cases.
Have you ever heard of the Teen Child Protection Team?
Yes.
What is that, sir?
Child Protection Team originally was a branch of Children's Medical Services.
Okay, I won't pause it anymore after this. You're going to really find this interesting, Flash. This guy was on the Casey Anthony case, too. He spent 20 hours interviewing her. The same dude. So, man. Oh, and he was also on the, I don't know why, because I was in Cleveland. I did a video on this guy. What was his name? Ariel Castro. That kidnapped the 3 girls, and he had a kid with one of them. Man, this guy's a rock star. I just had a really sick, twisted, inappropriate idea. I can make an appointment with this guy just to meet him.
In Florida, and it is now the particular unit that is a state-funded unit, which is essentially designed for the protection of children. It takes care of evaluations and referrals, and sometimes in certain circuits, validation interviews of kids who have been allegedly physically or sexually abused.
Do you have any association with this organization?
When I first started the sexual abuse treatment program, I was the psychological consultant for the first child protection team that was in Florida, which was in Jacksonville, and that's partly how this program came about. It was a multi-dimensional kind of program, funding, as I said, from HRS, and the Child Protection Team eventually took over the funding for several years and enabled us to treat children and families of sexual abuse victimization who were not able to afford coming to private practice.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert by a court of law in the state of Florida?
Yes.
In what areas, sir?
I'm sorry?
In what areas?
I've been qualified in the areas of sexual abuse, both in terms of sexual abuse victimization as well as in the area of sexual offenders. I've also been qualified in the area of battered child syndrome and battered spouse syndrome. I would say those would be the major specialty areas in which I have been qualified. Post-traumatic stress disorder probably would be another large area in terms of specialization.
Have you ever testified in a civil case before as an expert?
Yes.
Approximately number of times?
According to my most recent resume, I've testified in 377 civil cases. Those would include personal injury cases, custody cases, HRS dependency cases. I pretty much lumped those together.
Have you ever testified in a criminal case before as an expert?
Yes.
And can you give me a rough approximation of the number of times you've testified as an expert in criminal cases?
Based on the statistics that I keep, it would be 673 times.
In criminal cases in which you've been called as an expert, can you quantify by percentage the number of times you've been called as an expert by the defense and or the state?
If we put all the criminal cases together, that would be sexual abuse cases as well as other types of criminal activity. I would say that I've testified for the defense probably about 55 to 60% of the time, for the state 40 to 45% of the time, lumping all cases together.
Have you ever been called as an expert in, have you ever been asked to evaluate or been called in as a psychologist for evaluation purposes in first-degree murder cases?
Yes.
And approximately how many times would this have happened?
I have evaluated, according to my statistics, 498 individuals who have been charged with first-degree murder.
And how many of those cases have you actually come to court to present testimony?
Somewhere between 55 and 60 times.
And of those times that you've actually come to court to present testimony, is there any way that you can quantify that by percentages as the times you were called in to testify for a state versus testify for a defense?
I would say almost exclusively when I have testified, particularly if we're talking about the sentencing phase, which is, for the most part, when I have testified in first-degree murder cases, it would be at the sentencing phase, such as this. I've testified in all but 3, I believe, for the defense. 3 or 4 I've testified for the state.
Would you have been called in to testify in first-degree murder cases for other types of purposes?
I've done in the case in chief, in situations in which there is an issue of sanity or insanity, I've been called in to testify. Those would be what I call phase 1 or the case in chief, and I've done that. I think 6 times I've testified in an insanity case on a first-degree murder. 3 of those times, if I recall correctly, would be for the state. And in other words, I would have said the person was sane, and the other 3 times I said the individual was insane.
For over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Cunol turmeric because it helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Why Cunol? It has superior absorption compared to regular turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Have you ever been asked to help or assist in a defense in a capital case by an attorney, and then later inform the attorney that there was little, if anything, you could offer to assist the defendant?
That's probably happened several times. As I indicated, I've evaluated over 450, close to 500 first-degree murder cases. Almost all of those cases that I'm asked to evaluate, I'm asked to come in by court order as a confidential expert. Basically, by statute or by court order, I am only allowed to provide my report to the defense attorney. When I'm finished with my evaluation or as I'm proceeding with the evaluation, I usually either give a verbal or a written report to the attorney. It's then up to the attorney to make a decision as to whether I can be helpful or not to his case. As I indicated earlier, I've testified somewhere around 55 times for the defense. Therefore, the other cases, I would either be considered not helpful, or, of course, in many of those cases, they may resolve itself without going to a phase 2. But it would either be the case resolves or I'm not helpful, and therefore I would not testify at all.
Have you ever been called upon to act as a consultant on behalf of any state attorney's offices in the state of Florida to assist them with the preparation or critique of a death penalty case?
Yes.
And first of all, can you tell me which specific state attorney's offices this would have been?
Duval County, Marion County, and Sarasota County.
At this time, Your Honor, we would submit Dr. Croft as an expert in the area of clinical psychology. Thank you, sir. Dr. Croft, is an individual by the name of E. Harold Rowling?
Yes, I do.
You see Mr. Rowling here in court today?
Yes, over there at the defense table.
Your Honor, that's the direct act of Dr. Croft is identified to be defendant E. Harold Rowling. Can you please explain to the court and the jury how you first had contact with Mr. Rowling?
My involvement with Danny in this case was somewhat different than the usual way that I'm appointed or get involved in a case. I received a call from public defender's office in Ocala, in which Danny was at that point a defendant in other charges. I believe it was armed robbery and some other charges down in Marion County. The public defender had indicated to me that there was some question as far as whether Mr. Rowling was actually competent to enter a plea. He had, as far as I understood, entered a plea of guilty or no contest, I'm not sure, but he had entered a plea to those particular charges. One of the psychiatrists there had indicated that they thought Mr. Rowling was incompetent to accept or understand what he was doing when he entered the plea, and the public defender's office at that point asked if I would be willing to come down and evaluate Danny and give them my opinion as far as whether I thought he was competent or not.
And did you go down and do an evaluation or interview with Mr. Rowling?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell me what date that would have been?
January 26, 1991.
Where did this meeting take place?
Marion County Jail.
Can you just explain to the jury your first contact with Mr. Rowling, what that consisted of, what happened in the course of that contact, and Mr. Rowling's demeanor at that time?
I met Mr. Rowling's public defender at the jail when I got there, and she explained to me what the other psychologists had said in terms of why there were some concerns about Mr. Rowling's competency. And I asked her first if I could review the medical records at the jail to determine basically what his behavior had been like at the jail. So I did that first, and it was revealed through the records that he was placed on medication, that he was acting somewhat bizarrely at times and was extremely agitated. And he was actually given a diagnosis by the mental health people that had evaluated him of what they call atypical psychosis, which essentially means that he's acting in some kind of unusual way, but they can't exactly categorize or classify him. But they did put him on medication to try, which is the kind of medication that's used for psychotic behavior. After I reviewed the materials, the records, Ms. Jenkins, who was the public defender at that time, took me and introduced me to Mr. Rowling, told him that I would be evaluating him, that my evaluation would be confidential to the public defender's office, and would he please talk to me for my evaluation. And then she left the evaluation and left me with Mr. Rowling. When I first started talking to him, it was clear that he was having lapses of attention. He was having real difficulty concentrating. He had scabs all over his body, basically from, according to the records, he was picking at himself, primarily anxiety related. He was having difficulty just sitting still. He was very agitated. I believe I already said his mind was wandering. During the initial parts of the interview, he would stand up and wander off, and just seemed to be having what I would consider some real difficulty in terms of grasping reality at that time.
Doctor, when you were talking about reviewing the records at the Marion County Correctional Facility, you stated that you had saw a medical report in the file indicating psychosis. I forget what the term was used.
Atypical psychosis.
Atypical psychosis. What is a psychosis to begin with?
Well, psychosis is a generalized category of mental illness reflecting a person who is having difficulty in terms of his reality testing. In other words, essentially, there are various types of psychosis, but in general, it's a person who's having difficulty in terms of with his grasp of reality.
As a psychologist, you do psychological testing?
Yes.
Is this something that's normally done as routine with psychologists in the course of interviewing individuals?
I would say that it's routinely done in terms of for diagnostic purposes and or for forensic purposes, which is what this would be essentially when you're trying to respond to certain legal questions from a psychological standpoint. Psychological testing is routine. It's not always done, but it's pretty routine.
Did you attempt at this time to do any psychological testing on Mr. Gainesville?
I did.
What was the test first of all?
I attempted to administer the MMPI-2, which stands for the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory. It's the most commonly used personality inventory that psychologists typically use.
Okay. Without going into an elaborate explanation, could you just tell me basically what purpose it serves?
Well, it helps in terms of diagnosis. It helps get information in terms of the individual's responses to more or less get a clinical profile of the individual. The other reason that it's used primarily in forensic or legal purposes is because it has validity scales which help psychologists determine whether the person is responding defensively or whether he's exaggerating. It gives us a chance to also determine the validity of his responses as well as the content of his responses.
Did you successfully administer this NMPI examination?
No, I didn't.
Why was the exam not completed, sir?
The at least minimum number of questions that are needed to be answered in the MMPI-2 would be 370. That would give us at least a basic personality profile. Mr. Rowling took, and I can't remember offhand, it was either 45 minutes or an hour and 15 minutes to answer probably 2 rows of questions, in other words, about 20 or 25 questions. I observed him while I was reading the records. I went back and was reviewing the records as well, and I left him alone in, it was basically, the evaluation was done in the nursing infirmary, and there was a window which I was able to observe him, and I let him explain the test-taking procedures to him, and he would sit and attempt to respond to the questions and probably take about 10 minutes and then mark either true or false, which is all the person is asked to do. And then I would observe his mind to pretty much be wandering, and he was just having a very difficult time concentrating. And after it took him as long as it did, and I went to talk to him and saw his difficulty he had concentrating, I just determined that it really was sort of useless to try and do any further testing on him at that time.
At that time, did you engage in any discussions with Mr. Rowling?
Yes.
What would be the purpose of engaging in discussions with Mr. Rowling?
Well, the purpose of the evaluation was to determine, according to the questions that were asked of me, whether he was competent, whether he essentially understood what he had done when he entered a plea in terms of those particular charges in Marion County. So I wanted to find out about the involvement in the case itself, whether he understood what he did, whether he understood the consequences of what he did, and basically whether he was able to think clearly enough to understand what was going on in the legal process at that time.
Were you able to come up with a conclusion as to whether or not Mr. Rowling was competent at that time?
Yes.
And what was the conclusion?
It was my opinion that he was competent.
You just described an individual who had some sort of break of reality. and you said that also you felt that he was competent. Is it possible for someone to be legally competent and yet have mental disturbance?
Sure. I think that there are a number of individuals in the criminal justice system who have some type of mental health problem who can sufficiently understand and be sufficiently intact with reality to know what's going on in the legal process. After talking to him further, and after I sat down, and to some degree it may have been a trust issue with him, as we spoke further, he was able to talk more coherently. His concentration improved somewhat. He still had difficulty probably throughout the whole time I saw him. But I got a sense that in talking about the incident that he was involved in, the legal system, the attorneys that were representing him, he understood who the state attorneys were, what the judge did, and so forth. It was my opinion that he was sufficiently intact with reality and understood enough to know what was going on in the legal process.
Did you at any time offer testimony on his behalf in the Ocala case?
I called verbally Ms. Jenkins, the public defender, and told her my opinion. And since my evaluation was confidential, and since my opinion was not particularly helpful, they already had a psychologist or a psychiatrist who was saying that he was incompetent. She decided not to call me to testify.
How did you become involved in the Gainesville case here with Mr. Owen?
I was subsequently appointed by the court to be a confidential psychological expert to evaluate Mr. Rowling on this particular case, the first-degree murders, and then to report back to your office.
When would that have been? Do you have a date on that?
I don't have a date on the actual court order. I know the first time I saw Mr. Rowling was in February of '93, but it certainly was some time before that I was officially asked or ordered to be involved in the case.
Okay. How much time elapsed between the first time you saw Mr. Rowling at the Marion County Jail and the next time you would see him pursuant to this case?
Almost 2 years.
In the course of your appointment to work and evaluate Mr. Rowling in this case, approximately how many hours have you spent with Mr. Rowling?
22.
In the course of your evaluation, you were asked to review, I guess the only way of putting this, a mammoth amount of materials.
Yes.
Can you tell me, and I'm not asking you obviously to break down each individual item you received to review in this case, but can you give us an indication of the types of materials you reviewed in preparing your testimony for this case?
Well, according to my statistics, as well as billing records, I spent 37.25 hours reviewing materials for this case from my first involvement after I was court appointed. The materials included numerous police reports and interviews by FDLE. It included 19 depositions. It included listening to a number of tapes, audio tapes in which Mr. Rowling had provided essentially statements regarding the case itself. A number of psychiatrists and psychological reports from the time that he was in Ocala to the time that I saw him. A number of people had evaluated Mr. Rowling, and I reviewed at various times all of those reports. Jail records from Tampa, Marion County, Mississippi, a number of different prison records, as well as the jail records from Florida State Prison. A number of letters that were written from Mr. Rowling to various people, a lot of letters that he wrote to his brother, letters between him and Sandra London.
How about psychological testing?
Psychological testing. Basically, in reviewing the other reports, I didn't have access to psychological testing. I have been provided psychological tests that Dr. McMahon, who is one of the other psychologists that evaluated Danny, I was able to review her psychological testing. I also administered some testing myself, but essentially most of the personality and all of the neuropsychological testing was done by other individuals in this case.
Do you review the photographs from the crime scenes?
Yes.
And did you conduct any personal interviews with individuals?
Yes, I did. I interviewed Kevin Rowling, Danny's brother. I saw him September 10th, 1993. I interviewed several other relatives on the 17th of September, 93. That included Artie Mae, Strozer, Agnes Mitchell, Nadine Johnson. I also talked, and I would have to say briefly, to his mother on 3 different occasions on the telephone. Those were not necessarily to do interviews with her, in that I already had reviewed a videotaped interview, which I believe the jury saw today or yesterday. I had access to that interview, the transcript from that. So I did not interview her, but I spoke to her on several occasions in attempting to schedule an evaluation with Mr. Rowling, James Rowling, the father, which subsequently came to pass. After speaking to him twice on the telephone, he agreed finally to let me come up and interview him, which was on January 13th, 1994, and that was done in Shreveport.
So that would be a summary of the materials and procedures you reviewed in preparation for your testimony.
Yes.
Doctor, you stated that you spent approximately 22 hours in an interview process with Mr. Rowling. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Obviously, this is broken up over a period of time.
I saw, specifically, I saw Danny originally, I mentioned, in Ocala on January 26th. That was 91. I saw him for the February 8th, 93. June 15th, 93, 10/5, 93, 10/14, 93, 12/6, 93, 1/19, 94, and 2/22, 94. So I believe it's 8 different times I saw him.
In the course of your meeting with and interviewing Mr. Rowling, did Mr. Rowling ever discuss with you or describe to you his childhood in any of these interview sessions?
Yes, he did.
Can you just give me a synopsis of how he described his childhood, sir?
Probably the quote that I have from Danny that sums up what Danny described to me in terms of his perception of his childhood was that at night he would pray to God that God would come and take his father away from him. He described a history of emotional and physical abuse by the father of him being the victim, as well as Kevin, his brother, being the victim. He also described a history of spouse abuse in which some of the times he observed or was involved in Mr. Rowling, the father, hitting Danny's mother. And he essentially described his anger and yet at the same time love for his father. There was this tremendous love-hate kind of thing that I always saw in Danny trying to talk about his father. On the one hand, he would talk about abuse and being victimized by his father. On the other hand, he would talk about how he still to this day wishes that he could gain his father's love and respect and affection. He talked about his mother in a very positive way, yet I got a sense that at the same time there was this feeling of betrayal because the mother, according to Danny, was, and these are not Danny's words, these are my interpretation essentially, that he saw his mother as being weak and ineffective in terms of not being able to protect him from his father. He told me that he and his parents and his mother, separated numerous times from his father, and at least from what he can remember when he was old enough, he had always hoped that the mother would never go back to the father. And again, although he does not express overt anger toward the mother, I feel that he has a sense of being betrayed and at least disappointment, which I guess would be a softer term, that the mother would constantly go back to the father, that he would plead and beg the mother to not go back.
Did he ever get specific about the type of abuse?
Yes. I guess the way I have it divided up, it's sort of a combination of what I would consider both emotional and physical abuse. I have a couple of incidents in which he described witnessing his father hit his mother, once choking the mother and having the mother screaming. He remembers when he was 8 or 9 years old, both he and Kevin tried to pull the father off of the mother while they were on the floor. He described his own abuse in which he indicated the father would grab him by the hair, slam him against the wall, shove him around. He described one incident in which he came at him with a frying pan. There was another incident in which he described a scenario in which, and I believe this was after he was married, in which the father and the mother actually came over to his house, in which the father put a knife to his throat while he was lying in bed nude and threatened to kill him. I asked him about the worst abuse that he could remember, and it's interesting because he described two different things, one physical and one what I would consider emotional. The physical was being beaten by a belt until he was black and blue and being hit in the face. And the other incident that he described to me was his father shaving his head the first day of high school, which was not a physical abusive incident, but to him was extremely humiliating, and he was ashamed at that time.
The relationship that he described for you between basically he and his father and the remaining members of his family, was that account consistent with other materials that you reviewed?
I would say that the depositions that I reviewed and the individuals that I spoke to, with the exception of a few, and I'll mention that in a second, were all pretty consistent. Almost all of the depositions that I reviewed indicated that Danny over the years described being an abused child, described the kind of conditions that he was experiencing at home, or in some cases, perhaps, I think it was some of the aunts and a friend of the mother's actually described observing some of the incidents which would be probably defined or described as abusive. For example, there were described incidents of Danny and Kevin being out in being locked out in the yard during the summer, and it was extremely hot, and they were not allowed as punishment to come back into the house, or not allowed to have any water. There were descriptions of their hands being tied together. There were descriptions of being handcuffed. There were also descriptions by various family members and others who were at the house of not actually observing the abuse, but seeing the father take Danny into the other room and close the door and hearing Danny yell and scream. So those particular reports, as well as Danny's reports, I would say would have to be considered pretty independently consistent in terms of describing an abusive environment. I would say that the only two individuals who actually do not provide a consistent description of abuse would be Kevin. In my own interview with Kevin, Kevin essentially indicates he doesn't remember very much about his childhood. He doesn't remember abuse. And he told me the first thing he said is that my childhood is pretty much a blur to me. So although Kevin does not support a history of abuse, at the same time he is suggesting that he is not remembering events that could have happened.
Let me ask you, as a clinical psychologist, from the information you provided to us already concerning your background, if an individual comes into your office to speak with you, and they tell you that they have little, if any, memory of their childhood, is this something that you as a psychologist are concerned about?
Oh, sure. I think that from our perspective, particularly in a case which is as sensitive as this, and we're talking about an individual, Kevin, who is still out there and is part of, and I would think he sees himself still as part of a family in which the mother is essentially terminally ill, and the only person that is still going to be around would be the father. One has to be somewhat skeptical of his report when he says, "I don't remember." But even in general, an individual who says, "I don't remember," we could be talking about several different possibilities. Either he is just not wanting to admit what could have happened, or a second possibility is he just doesn't remember, that this is an area of his life that he has repressed or suppressed, essentially pushed into his unconscious, that he is not comfortable talking or thinking about, and therefore he truly has some amnesia in that area. We see this in sexual abuse more and more, in which an individual who is abused basically is in a situation where they can't remember it, and then during a therapy session they might come out and talk about something that they remember.
Is this also something consistent with someone who would have been physically abused or emotionally abused as a child?
It's consistent with that, yeah.
Doctor, are you familiar with the term malingering?
Sure.
What does the term malingering mean?
Malingering is a term which we certainly are familiar with, anybody that does forensic psychology. Malingering is when an individual intentionally is attempting to look crazy or exhibit symptoms that will, in one way or the other, have some kind of gain for them. We see it in, let's say, a personal injury case where a person can be walking around with a brace on the neck because they're trying to recover money from an accident, or in criminal cases when a person is trying to look crazy for the purpose of avoiding responsibility.
Let me take you back to Ocala in 1991. You had an opportunity, you said, to observe Mr. Rowling at that time.
Yes.
In your opinion, during that evaluation, was Mr. Rowling attempting to malinger?
I did not get the impression from his interactions with me. I can't necessarily speak for what was observed in the records, the Marion County records, or even by other mental health professionals. I can only say that I've seen Danny now 8 times, and although there's been a tendency to be histrionic and dramatic, Danny has never, with me, tried to look mentally ill. He has never tried to exhibit signs of psychosis or try to avoid the kind of responsibility by trying to be insane or show mental illness to try and reflect insanity.
The demeanor and characteristics that you observed then in the Marion County Correctional Facility, you considered those to be genuine and real?
At the time that I saw him, I wasn't sure, and I'm saying this in retrospect because now I've had a chance to spend over 20 hours with him. I've been able to arrive at my own diagnostic impressions and understand that the stress that he was under back then, I've seen him in different environments, and in retrospect, I would say that he was not malingering, that he was under considerable stress at the time, that his agitation and reaction to stress was probably real at that particular time, and again, consistent with the overall profile that I've developed for Danny.
On any of the other occasions that you would have visited Mr. Rowling, was there any indication of malingering in any of those other visits?
No.
You stated that you did have an opportunity to speak with Danny's brother, Kevin.
Yes.
Did his brother Kevin ever indicate to you that there was any history of mental disorder in the Rowling family?
Yes.
Of what nature?
Kevin told me that there were a number of relatives in his family that had a history of mental illness. When I asked about psychiatric history in his family, his quote to me was, "There's a strain of insanity on my father's side." He described his great-grandfather who killed his wife. He described, and this may be the same individual who died in prison, he indicated there was an Uncle Donald who was on psychiatric medication, and he indicated that there was an Uncle Wincy who also killed himself.
Okay. The two uncles then would be brothers of the father, I think.
These are all, yes, paternal relatives.
Doctor, let me ask you a rather broad question at this point. Mr. Rowling has described to you certain instances of physical and emotional abuse, and you've also had an opportunity to hear accounts of such abuse from other individuals, either directly to you, personally, or in doing testimony. What effect does physical and emotional abuse have on a child?
Certainly, we cannot, in the mental health field, be able to sit here and say with 100% accuracy that this kind of event or series of events caused this kind of behavior or this kind of personality makeup. I think the research, however, is pretty clear that when a child is abused, either physically, mentally, or sexually, depending on the kind of treatment and depending on the kind, if any, intervention that child may have at some point later in life, that there is a greater likelihood of that individual becoming dysfunctional later on in life. There is also the literature that clearly indicates that an individual who is abused as a child will have a higher likelihood of being an abuser himself or herself as a parent when he or she grows up and has a family. So we certainly know the literature is pretty clear on that. Again, depends on the kind of interventions and a lot of other factors which occur in between time, but certainly if we're talking about probability, we're certainly talking about a higher likelihood of dysfunction when an individual grows up who comes from an abusive family background.
Are there any certain characteristics that we associate with these individuals generally?
Well, we see individuals, again, particularly physical or emotional abuse. We see individuals who develop with low self-esteem. We see individuals who become less trusting. The modeling that occurs when we grow up and we're in family environments, our mothers and fathers, and we're taught this, of course, are our primary models. If those individuals are inappropriate or ineffective models, either abusive or weak in some way, then again, there's a higher likelihood that the individual is going to model that kind of behavior. I think we know pretty certain that the individual who grows up in an environment in which there is abuse tends to learn various coping mechanisms to try and avoid the abuse. Depending on the kind of coping mechanism and how effective it is, those coping mechanisms may be held on to as the individual grows up, and they may or may not be adaptive. For example, one way of dealing with abuse, and I certainly know this in terms of particularly physical and sexual abuse, is the child or the victim tends to learn to accommodate, to adapt the best they can to the abuse. Some individuals learn to avoid it as much as possible, and some learn to basically take it and feel like they can't escape. And they distance themselves. They become unemotional. And those individuals that develop those type of coping mechanisms as they grow up can become individuals who have little empathy, little concern, show little affect in terms of concern for other people. So all of those are potential factors that develop out of an abusive kind of family background.
Dr. Kropp, unfortunately in society, a number of people come from abusive backgrounds.
Sure.
Yet some people seem to be able to surmount them, others do not. Do you have a theory, or are there theories within psychology to account for this?
There are theories, and that's all they are, because our research is not to the point where we can predict what kind of child will develop what kind of, let's say, personality who has been abused, whereas a child who comes in that same environment may not develop that same kind of profile. So there are other intervening variables that occur. Genetics is one thing that differs the way two individuals respond in an abusive environment, just basically the things we're born with. Another thing that determines how individuals respond differently may be the birth order, that sometimes the older child, sometimes the younger child reacts differently in terms of the abusive situation. The coping, the resources that child has, both internally and externally, how much support there is on the outside, teachers, coaches, relatives. Some individuals have strong support systems and some have weaker or less support systems. So it's really hard to predict. We can have twins who grow up in the exact same abusive environment. One can turn out to be perfectly fine and the other one may turn out to have psychiatric behavior or be involved in the criminal justice system.
Doctor, are you familiar with the term dysfunctional family?
Yes.
What does that term mean?
Probably the best way to describe that, there are a number of different definitions, but I think that the best way to describe a dysfunctional family is to talk about a functional family. And probably the best description of a functional family is a harmonious one, a family in which its members are working for the good of the whole. That is a family in which the individual needs of each individual do not supersede the needs of the entire family. That doesn't mean that each individual should not try and function independently, but essentially they don't put their needs above and beyond the needs of the family. A dysfunctional family, on the other hand, is a family in which the individuals care more about their own needs than the family's needs. All families strive towards some of the same needs. There's a sense of security, a sense of intimacy, a sense of responsibility, caring for each other, loving each other, and being able to develop to your potential. When the individuals themselves in that family are dysfunctional, or sometimes it's not even the individuals are dysfunctional, but when the parents get together and they develop a dysfunctional unit, then oftentimes then the children are the product of that dysfunction and they themselves develop into dysfunctional individuals.
In your opinion, would Danny Harold Rowling qualify as to be the product of a dysfunctional family?
I believe very much so, yes.
How would this affect him?
Well, it's somewhat similar to what I've already answered in terms of the abusive environment. When you grow up in a dysfunctional family, you learn dysfunctional coping mechanisms. You learn to adapt the best you can. That's not always consistent with what society expects of you. In many dysfunctional families, and if we're going to talk specifically about this one, I think that Danny grew up in a home in which he did not receive a lot of praise. There was not very much affection, at least by the father. There was a lot of berating, a lot of being critical, a lot of tension in the home, a lot of secrecy. It was like walking, according to Danny, and the mother was sort of like walking on eggshells all the time. When you grow up in that kind of environment, there's a tendency, again, to be non-trusting, to learn to be manipulative, to develop very poor self-esteem. When you grow up with not very much praise, there's a lack of confidence. And I guess the bottom line is that you become more vulnerable to rejection and you become more sensitive to rejection and more vulnerable to stressors later on in life.
You described a situation where Mr. Rowling is in an abusive home and a dysfunctional family, yet we've heard testimony to the effect that he would always return to this home. Is there a reason from a psychological viewpoint as to why Mr. Rowling would return to this environment?
I think Danny, to this day, would still like to think that he can get his father to love him, or at least to demonstrate that he loves him. There's always a need to have this kind of family development, a family wholeness. I've been involved in many cases in which children have been very seriously abused and they still love their parents and they still will go back to the parents if possible. There's this constant searching, I guess, throughout lifetime for some kind of attention and love.
Doctor, based upon your evaluations for 22 hours with Mr. Rowling, did you ever arrive at any conclusions about his maturity level?
It's my opinion Danny is a very emotionally immature individual. And by that I mean not intellectually. Danny's a fairly bright individual, but emotionally being able to be empathic and sensitive to other people's needs. I would say that Danny functions at a level that we would look at an immature teenager, someone who tends to be in relationships for see what I can get from the relationship. I'll give you something if you give me something. It's sort of this kind of give and take kind of relationship. It's not a fulfilling relationship, although I think Danny always wanted to be in a fulfilling relationship. He just deals with relationships in a very immature manner.
Dr. Croft, once again, in telling the court the materials and procedures you utilized in arriving at your evaluation, you mentioned that you had an opportunity to speak with Mr. James Harrowville.
Yes. Correct.
First of all, how did you go about making arrangements to speak with Mr. James Harrowville?
Well, I called his house and tried doing this pretty much on his own. I got his telephone number from your office and called him and indicated to him that I was the psychologist, or one of the psychologists that was asked to evaluate his son, and that I thought that it would be helpful for me to get as much information as possible to talk to him, and that I would be willing to do that over the phone if he would be willing to grant me an interview. And the first time I spoke to him, we probably spoke 20, 25 minutes, sort of going back and forth in terms of, for me, trying to prove who I really was. And that, I told him that was totally understandable, but there was no way that I could prove who I was over the phone. He apparently had been contacted by writers and the media, and as I said, I completely understood his frustration with that. And I indicated to him that I would have the public defender's office write him a letter and copy of my court order, and I would somehow do whatever I needed to do to prove myself so that he could talk to me. I made some arrangements to do that. I called him back again, and we went through the same 15 or 20 minutes of him just basically wanting to tell me why he didn't want to talk to me, but yet he would keep on the phone. Finally, at the end of the second phone call, he said that he would be willing to meet with me. He would be willing to talk to me if I met with him in person. But that was the day of the interview, and he couldn't guarantee that he would continue to have that feeling. I told him I would make every effort if I could to come up and see him, and that I would call him and give him enough notice. I contacted your office and got permission to go up and go to Shreveport with the opportunity to meet with him in person. I let him know 2 days before when I was coming up. He indicated that that was fine to call him when I got to the airport. I did that. And when I called him, his wife answered and said that he was no longer wanting to see me anymore. I asked her if I could talk to him, which he did get on the phone, and I convinced him that it was important to talk to me. And he made arrangements to speak with me at his lawyer's office. So we made arrangements to meet that afternoon at his lawyer's office, and that is what happened.
Can you describe to me the format of your interview with Mr. Rowling?
I'd say he controlled it.
In what way?
I would ask him a question, and he would respond with an answer that wasn't necessarily responsive to the particular question. I'm not saying that he was psychotic or anything like that. He knew what he was saying, but it wasn't. He had his agenda of what information and what areas he wanted to cover. If I pushed him a little bit in terms of wanting to talk about Danny, he'd get very frustrated and indicate to me that he needed to talk at his own pace, that I was confusing him, and that he needed to tell me things in his particular order because that was the way his thinking went. So we pretty much talked about him for a while, about his military experience. He really wanted to tell me a lot about his wife and his wife's family. He described her as, quote, once a schizo, always a schizo. Basically indicated to me that his wife and her family had a conspiracy and that they were liars with regard to him, that he has never been abusive in his life, that he did feel that Danny was sick and that Danny has had psychological problems for a long time, but it wasn't because of anything he did, because he's always tried to provide for Danny, both monetarily and in any other way, such as providing him a home. And he felt that it was primarily his wife, Claudia, and her family's doings that Danny turned out to be the way he did.
Dr. Crockett, psychologist, would a person who is involved as an abuser in a relationship have a perception that they were abusing?
It depends. I would say that in some cases the individual truly does not perceive or does not allow themselves to believe that they are abusive or have been abusive in the past. I did not get that sense with Mr. James Rowling. I felt that because of the assuming that what Danny Rowling has told me and what Claudia Rowling has reported and various other people's, assuming that they are accurate perceptions or descriptions, that it was not my impression that he was repressing that. It was my impression that he was just pretty much being defensive and in a lot of denial that those experiences had actually occurred. I want to make it clear that I think that, and this is seen in some letters that Mr. Rowling wrote to a hospital that Danny was in. It was in a follow-up letter to me after I got back. He wrote me a letter which was a very interesting letter in terms of some information that I had asked him, but over-elaborative. And I'd say 4 of the pages of letters were just telling me all of the things that he had done for Danny, everything that he had done for Danny, and that his wife didn't do anything, that he was the one that did the cooking, he was the one that did the cleaning and the activities and the working and so forth. But it's my impression that this is more of a denial and a defensiveness on his part as opposed to some kind of repressed kind of thing. I do feel that Mr. Rowling really tries to be concerned, and I really think that he does care about Danny. I just feel that based on things that Mr. Rowling told me, I'm talking about Mr. Rowling Sr., the father, about his own environment and his own physical abuse, and he clearly admitted to me that he was physically abused by his parents, that basically he just himself did not learn how to show affection, did not learn how to empathize, did not learn how to show the kind of love, even though I think deep down he probably really does care about Danny.
You mentioned the fact that he talked about his own childhood, James Rowling.
Yes.
How did that subject come up, sir?
He brought up on a couple of occasions
Well, empathizing and beating the crap out of people are 2 different things. Not learning how to empathize does not mean that you beat the crap out of somebody. You cannot empathize with somebody and not beat them. One does not cause the other to happen.
He knew that the press and some other people were saying that he was physically abusive to Danny. And spontaneously, which is pretty much the only way that I could get him to talk because he wasn't directly responsive to my questions, he would say things like about his wife, "I've never mistreated her even though she claims I did." He said that I've never laid a hand on Danny, although I have probably lectured him and yelled at him. I've never laid a hand on him. I wouldn't do the things to him. I'm sorry, the quote is, "I never whooped him, but I raised hell. I never treated him like my father treated me." And then he went on to talk about the switches and the paddles and the belts that his father had done on him. And basically, he said he was raised as a holy roller and a very strict, overbearing family. He's talking about now his own family environment, and that he knows what that's like, and therefore he would not do the same thing to Danny.
Doctor, in psychological literature, is there any correlation between an individual who's abused and possibilities or probabilities that they themselves will engage in abusive conduct?
I think I already said that. When there's an individual who grows up as a victim, although you probably say to yourself hundreds of times, I never want to do that to my own family. Again, there's an analogy to individuals who grow up in alcoholic families. There's a much higher likelihood that the family, the next generation, is going to drink unless there's some type of intervention. And again, you say to yourself over and over again, I'm never going to do to my kids what happened to me. I'm never going to drink. I saw what that did to my family. Yet the research shows that this is an intergenerational kind of thing unless there is some effective intervention to ward this off.
Dr. Crocker, you've heard testimony to the fact that Mr. Rowling was injured in an incident with Danny. Did you have an opportunity to observe any injuries on Mr. Rowling?
Yes, I did.
What type of injuries?
From what I could see, also from what he told me, he was blind in his one eye, which was essentially almost closed, and he was wearing a hearing aid, which he indicated was also a function of the incident that he and Danny had, that he lost most, if not all, of his hearing in the one ear.
Was there any chance that this could have resulted in some sort of dysfunction on his part?
Well, I think from talking to him, and understand I was not doing a formal evaluation of Mr. Rowling, and certainly made it clear to him that I was not trying to do that. It seemed to me that he does have some memory impairment. His lawyer indicated that there was some memory or cognitive impairment. I did get the sense that there was probably some brain damage that he suffered. But I don't have a way of comparing what he was like before the incident, so I can't tell you how much different he is from when he was before. I do have copies of letters, or at least a letter I believe that he wrote to Bryce Hospital, and I have a letter that he wrote to me, and although in my letter it was a lot more rambling and so forth, the sentence structure and the grammar and so forth were pretty consistent.
Did he ever elaborate on what he thought Danny's mental health problems were, or where they stem from? I think where he testified where they stem from, he said mother's family.
He says he believes that his mother's family is why, and he believes that Danny's had psychiatric problems all his life.
Did he use the term all of his life?
Well, he says since he was a young kid. He even sent me an article. I can't remember whether he brought it with him or he sent me. I believe he sent me an article on schizophrenia or mental health problems, and indicated that he had been doing some reading and felt that this is what Danny's problems were, that he was probably mentally ill or had schizophrenia.
Did you ever talk to him about any contact he might have had with people at Danny's schools?
He indicated to me that he did not go up to the schools, that this was his wife's job, that he was working, and that he was not in a position to go to the school for Danny.
What type of historian was Mr. Rowling during your interview or evaluation with him?
Selective.
What do you mean by selective?
It was my impression that he had the capacity to remember or disclose many things which he indicated to me that he did not remember. For example, he told me that he did not remember anything about, for the most part, he didn't remember anything about an incident in which Danny was taken for 2 weeks to a juvenile shelter, although he alluded to the fact that he actually was the one that called the authorities, but he couldn't remember why or the specific details of that incident. He also indicated to me that he didn't know anything about Danny's criminal history, although he knew that Danny was in jail, but he basically said those were all in different states, and I really didn't get into that. He also indicated to me that he could not remember anything about Danny's sexual difficulties, that is, some peeping, which he was obviously aware of from the various reports that I have reviewed. So there were certain areas that essentially he chose not to remember.
Did you have any other communication with Mr. Rowling other than that time in Shreveport?
He wrote me a letter afterwards, as I said. And
You made reference briefly to the letter. Can you just give us a short synopsis of this letter?
Well, it's it's not numbered. I would say maybe a 10-page letter. Part of the letter concentrates on him giving me names and numbers of relatives who may be able to give me information about their own their own psychiatric history. He provided information to me during the interview that several of his relatives had psychiatric history. He affirmed what Kevin had said about that his grandfather, that would be Kevin's great-grandfather, that Mr. Rowling's grandfather had slit his grandmother's throat. He told me about other relatives who committed suicide or were in a psychiatric hospital. He told me that his own parents were deceased, and he sent me a listing of various other people that if I wanted to, I could contact, who may be able to give me other information about Mr. Rowling's psychiatric history or the family's psychiatric history.
Did you make any attempt to contact any of these people?
No, I thought about it and I chose not to, and the reason being that with every one that he gave me, almost, he would tell me that either the person was no longer living, but the wife, the widow, might be able to give me information, but then he also mentioned the wife of this other person was ill. He also made it clear that he wanted me to keep this information confidential, and I didn't. He also indicated to me that he was upset about the invasion of privacy that the various people have done, the police who interviewed his parents, Danny's grandparents. And with him emphasizing the confidential nature of this, I felt that if I talked to these other people, being a legal case, I was also going to have to disclose that information. And I just really weighed the advantages and disadvantages of contacting them and chose not to do that.
How would you describe the content of the letter?
Well, that was part of the letter. Then the rest of the letter was almost, and without getting into all of it because it's too long, it was a listing of about 7 pages of him asking a question and then answering it. For example, who would encourage, if I can, I can just read this because you can get an idea of the sentence structure. Who would encourage to go church 3 blocks from house, Church of God? His father. Who would encourage education? His father. Neither Danny or Kevin had to work outside home growing up. Why? His father. Who saw to it that each of them was taught how to drive a vehicle? His father. And there were 6 pages. Who cleaned the house? Who did the cooking?
I can probably stop there. Is that the basic content of the letter?
Pretty much, yes.
As a result of your meeting with Mr. James Rowling and reviewing the materials sent to you by Mr. Rowling, did that in any way change your conclusions about Mr. Rowling's background?
No.
First mention. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a good point to take a break. Let's take a break. Again, for Dr. Thompson.
Oh, okay. I think we're done. We are done for today. Oh, let me look and see how long. I guess the next part is his cross exam, and it is an hour and a half. So I don't know why they left that sidebar in. But I guess so. Tomorrow we will start with his cross exam, which I don't really know that he helped the defense any at all. I mean, all he's done, to me, in my mind, my opinion, all he's done is just confirmed the abuse. Which, like I said, is not an excuse. So, I don't know, am I being, what's the word do I want? Like, am I being, what is the word that I want? Like, am I being stubborn? And I'm not, it's not just because it's him. You guys know that I have a special little black spot in my heart for this man. But it's with anybody that says, oh, I was abused, so I grew up and became a criminal. So they're looking for sympathy because he had a bad childhood? I don't know. To me, all of this talk about his childhood and everything, to me, it's just pointless. It's like a waste of time. But whatever. I mean, it was like his mom testifying, that was very interesting to me. I don't know why, it just was. Like, I wasn't bored, not at all. But like, and with the ex-girlfriend, the music lady, even her. And that was so funny when like she's like, that's my personal business. You know? That's my personal business. But yeah, right. Like he was what, 30 something years old after he'd been in prison in Mississippi. He was 30 something and he lived back home and still scared to death of his dad. Yeah. But you heard what the father did to that guy. Because he finally was gonna get a meeting with him. He went all the way out there. And then he changed his mind and didn't get a meeting with him. Or did he get a meeting with the lawyer? Or did he not get a meeting? And then he got a letter. When he got back home, he got a letter saying that he did everything for those boys and that the mom didn't do anything. Like, he's just not gonna cooperate. And he's gonna lie about everything. Like he said, the mental illness was on his wife's side of the family, and it wasn't. It was on his side of the family. So he did get the meeting? Okay. I wasn't sure about that. Because it was like back and forth and back and forth. Like, he wasn't going to get it, and then he was going to get it, and he wasn't going to get it, and then he wasn't going to get it. So I doubt it. I doubt the father ever changed. People like that don't change. Okay. So he got there expecting a meeting with the dad, but then the meeting ended up being with the dad and the dad's attorney, right? Yeah, so can you imagine him being... There's no way. Like, he would have ended up... You can't put somebody like that on the stand. He would have ended up in jail. Because, you know, if they ask him one question he doesn't want to answer, there's going to be a ruckus. And he's going to end up in contempt of court. I wonder if they ever tried to subpoena him to testify. Yeah, if he it would have all been lies or contempt of court. I don't think it would have done any good to even try. So you think they're just trying to go for sympathy? That they're not really trying to say there's a correlation between his childhood and his adult behavior. They're just trying to go for sympathy. And you know what? He wanted to unalive himself. And then the armed robberies were supposed to be like unalive by cop or whatever. But now he doesn't want the death penalty. That makes no sense. Okay. Whatever. I will see you guys tomorrow at 10 o'clock. And I'm hoping we will be done with this by this week. But I think we're going to probably go into next week. Because there's quite a bit more. Like I said, I don't think it would make a difference if we heard from him or not, because he's just gonna lie. Well, and you know, like I said way back in the beginning, and with guys like these, I'm glad he got the death penalty, but with guys like these, it's almost better for them to get life in prison because they're narcissists. If someone controls every little move they make, that's hell for them. But whatever, it's over. It's been over. I have moved on. I just wanted to watch it because I never have. And I'm watching it with friends, so I couldn't do it by myself, so I'm doing it with you guys, so thank you. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Love y'all.